Dabanamona everyone, morning true, g'day, and most importantly Sabah al Kahak. PNG have won the toss and they've elected to bat. Once again, welcome to Port Moresby, the capital of Papua New Guinea, on another Groundhog Day. Same pitch, same weather, same umpires, but just a slightly different motive today. A day that promises to deliver marvellous contest between two teams, and as I said, there's two motives. The Emirati motive is simple: no mercy. They didn't travel halfway across the world for another 2-2 result, as was the case in Zimbabwe not so long ago, a month ago. They have been magnificent, they have been professional, and they have been clinical. Expect more of the same today. For the Laois, their motive's all about redemption. Redemption and pride. What we saw on Friday was very un-Lao-like. Thomas, Vade, Tom, Rajadurai, Tawa, Ta, etc, etc, etc. Let's do it for Brenda today. How about young medium pacer Sumaro Danidaka, stylish with the bat, lethal with the ball. 18 years of age, outcome driven. Her goal? 130 kilometres per hour. Katy Perry, Elise Perry like. And what about PNG's own Hanau Thomas, Ashley Mallet like? Revisited. Be brave today, Tomo, take it on. Steamboat's here with us in the rooms once more. He's been working here since 6:30 a.m. this morning getting things right. He's taking on a new role today. He's been a warra man, anchor man, cameraman, and he's going to be a fireman today. Someone started lighting fires out the back where we're sitting here right now. We've got smoke haze coming across the ground. Again, it's Dani Daka bowling, Vade facing. Groundhog Day. Good luck to PNG, good luck to UAE. I know it's in the middle of the night for our listeners and watchers in Sharjah and Dubai. Here we come, right arm over the wicket. Impeccably, slightly onto the leg stump there and push down backward to point. Sorry, backward there of square leg, down to fine leg for one. A big sigh of relief. Raja Durai talking to her dad this morning. 16 years of age, H? Get the nod, 16 years of age. She's done more in her 16 years than my 68 years, I can tell you, certainly with the bat. H has smiled already, I've got one tick. So polished. Can she do it again? We hope. Fingers crossed for PNG's sake she can take the shine off this new ball. In she comes. Slightly across, watch her right onto the face of the bat and pushes it back to the bowler. A breath of fresh air was Dani Daka when I chatted to her the other day. She said it was such a strong wind the other day, she's going to bowl her in cutters and in swingers, and it was coming out as out swings, which was very rare for her. But I said to H, it was a strange wind on Friday, like that north wind we get blowing in Melbourne on a hot summer's day. In she comes once more, right arm over the wicket. Beautiful line, beautiful length, and just pushed out backward a point, no run. If we're someone so young, what concentration skills she has. And as I said to the captains on Friday, wouldn't it, Satisha and Raja Durai being an opening pair would make a wonderful combination for a test match. They've got the patience, they've got the shots, and of course they've got the class. Speaking of class, Dani Daka, only 18 years of age, right arm over the wicket. Ooh, that one jumped off just on a length actually, and well watched onto the bat by Raja Durai. Both these two openers know what they have to do today. Vare's got to get back into form. She's been a little bit out of touch after a fine series in Fiji. With a bit of experience behind her, I'm sure she knows 50 overs now is all about batting out the overs, taking the shine off the new ball. And even though the power play only has 2 players out, I think they'll be very conservative in their approach today. Dani Daka comes into bowl, right arm over. Well pitched up slightly across and pushed back to the bowler once more. One so young with so much on her shoulders today. They would love to get this back to 2-all, draw the series and walk away with a lot of pride. So I think a few prides were dented on Friday, all out in the 30s. That happens in sport, doesn't it, H? It's just something you have to get over very quickly. In comes Nani Darker, right arm over to Roger Durai. Rolls that one across to the off stump, and well watched, hoping for that little flay outside the off stump that didn't come. That's the over. One run off it. 49 overs to go, and I'd say a target today of around about 200 with that if you're a PNG low. I know, looking around, I think we're going to be lucky again, birdie rather than birdie start, because the weather does roll in this time of year. Looks like Cote again. Even the great Cote found a little bit more difficult on Friday with line and length because of that strong wind. It is blowing today, but not at the same velocity as it was on Friday. Cote into bowl. And the off stump and pushed out to that cover position. And my captain Uza, I've been dying to say it all week, H. Uza, Uza, Uza. Oi, oi, oi. I said it to her at the meeting the other day. It is so corny. Comes Cote again. Floats that one up and push through for an easy single to mid off, and what a shot at the stumps. Our two umpires today, I think it's the same again, is that correct? No, it's umpire Oala and umpire Akai. Kappa, oh, it's Kappa. Kappa's out there, I apologise. Umpire Kappa. A bad mistake, that's 2H. H has taken score, he's got the whiteboard out. That'll get back, won't it, hey? Here comes Cote de bowl. Right arm over. Again, impeccable line. She's got it back today. And when I wasn't being critical with what I said earlier this over, she only bowled 2 deliveries, but that was 2 more than she bowled, I think, in the other 2 sessions. So she's found that right on off stump length. One ball does spin a bit, the other one goes on with the arm. That's the danger LBW ball. In she comes, the loopier one. And Vare looks very comfortable today, doesn't she, H? I think she would have been thinking, I need some runs in this series, I need to do this for the team, I need to do this for my captain. In comes Cote once more. Looped up onto the stumps that time and pushed just a point on that occasion. Nice work. I said, Cote, we talked about Groundhog Day. H doesn't quite understand what I'm talking about. There's this little animal that appears in, I think it's the northern part of the United States, and they know that spring is coming when the groundhog comes out. And appeal Danny Duck into ball. Oh, and then sort of an involuntary shot on that time from Raja Durai, but safely through to the keeper. It's one of those balls that's in the corridor of uncertainty, isn't it, H? Where do you play, don't you play? She's obviously watching for the in swing, and I reckon Dani Duck is probably up to around about 110, 115 k's max at the moment, but her ambition's 130, and it's great to have ambitions. In comes Dani Ducker once more, right arm over, pushed onto the onside on that occasion, back with a square leg, an easy run through. So I know that the Lauers had a relaxing day yesterday, a swim, a bit of a massage, probably a nice big lunch, and the talk would have been about building an innings. We talked about it since last week. 50 overs, rotate the strike, bat the 50 overs out, build partnerships, and make sure we're there at the end at around about 180 to 200 runs. In comes Dani Darker. Oh, that one cuts back sharply in, pushed onto the mid-wicket area. Nothing there. I can't get over the professionalism of these two teams, H. You know, they're here at, it's 7:45 this morning, doing their run-throughs, doing their warm-ups, doing their stretches. Once more, Dani Duck. This time pushed wide down to fine leg, picked up down there and lobbed back in. There have been a couple of changes. I know Michelle Botha's having a break today, Katie Thompson's having a break today, but I know with this team, having chatted to the captain, they have lots and lots of depth, so there's other spin bowlers coming in to bowl and all rounders as well, so it seems like every person who can bowl in this side can bat as well, which is really important for one day cricket. Dani Darker, wide arm over the wicket. It's the one that's fully pitched and moves in with the arm. Nice bit of in swing. That of course will dissipate once we punch that ball into those hard and wicket areas on the left and the right as we're looking at them. That will certainly change. Score check we have at the moment. We have a partnership of 5. Raja Durai on 1, Vare on 3, and a bit of the more the same of Kote. The bat, taps the bat, taps the bat, right arm over. Flays that one outside the off stump, no edge, through to the keeper. A shot of choice against the leg spinner is going to be the cover drive today, you can see that, but maybe as she sees that the ball's being floated up there, she might go outside the line of the inner circle. She might have a crack at it today. In it comes once more. That one's up-ish. Backward point, no run. Yeah, it must be very tempting with only 2 fielders allowed out. We've got a backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket. That's the quicker one, push through and play with a lot of respect. Yes, H, I talked about the professionalism of both teams. They're out there training even after the hectic day of Friday. Any player that hasn't quite played their overs or was a sub, they were in the nets having hit downs, doing run throughs. It's amazing. This one's a loopy one. Again up-ish to backward point. I wonder if Uza's thinking about putting a slip in at this stage for Vare. Vare is a bit tentative. It's understandable when you haven't really hit a lot of runs in this series. In she comes from Kote. And beautifully placed back to the bowler. No real problems with that. A lot of dots, dot, dot. It's like a Morse code here, H, at the moment. SOS Titanic. Hopefully that's not the case for PNG, hey? Kote coming into bowl. And actually as the wrong one comes back in slightly. The short cover was ready for that one. No run, maiden over. And a brilliant start once more from Cote. Suraksha is a picture of consistency out there. As I said, you could count on one hand how many loose deliveries she's delivered in the 30 odd overs she's delivered so far in this series. It's a credit to her. I was thinking the late great Shane Warne would be having a field day watching these games. 3 very accomplished leg spin bowlers. I'm sure there's another one hiding there somewhere whose name escapes me at the moment, but PNG and UAE, you can be proud that one's right up into the block hole, push back, or just on a full length there and push back by the patient Raja Durai. Raja Durai off a run of about 10 metres, moves in, lovely action. Big appeal for LBW, and umpire Lakhani just shakes his head and waves it down the leg side. With the in-swing that she does deliver, that's probably the case as well. Yeah, she was a breath of fresh air chatting to her after the game on Friday. She was so excited about the man of the match award. We say player of the match, that's the wrong thing for me to say. H is shaking his head. He said, get up with the new world, Tony. It's no longer man of the match, it's player of the match. He's shaking his head and giggling. I've made him laugh 3 times so far. In she comes once more. Just push the backward point. It says, interesting how they've left both out, and Katie Thompson as well. I think it's a case not of them needing a rest, but more of a case of giving exposure to every player in the squad, and that's what good teams do. They want everyone to be able to have a taste of it, and UAE are a great team at this stage of their development. Push through, big appeal. That's an absolute gem, H. That's an absolute gem. Sometimes as you get that delivery, H, and if you haven't gone out, you just look at the bowl and you just nod. Myself and Varney and Justin were out there staring at the pitch on Friday. That's what we did. One of us at each end and the other one halfway along the pitch, and we just looked at each other and nodded. H is thinking that's weird. No, it's not, H. You have to understand. Right arm over. Oh, again, that is absolutely beautiful. And that little bit of outswing, or the one that goes straight on. But the thing about Raja Durai, she's been so well coached, she puts that behind her. I'm sure that is an absolute bolter. An absolute bolter, H. I think in Australia we call it a Jaffa. Independence Day we had the guess the number of Jaffas in the jar competition, didn't we, H? Those delicious little chocolate balls. Comes Daki Dana, that one's onto the legs, and as we said, pushed onto the onside, and an easy run through. I think Lakshmi will be happy to get it down the other end, because she copped some absolute beauties in that over, but she's still there, and that's what she'd be saying, and that's what Vade would be saying too. We're still there, we're none for 6 or 5, and what we want to be is around about 50 at the 15 over mark. If we're there, we can build on that. That would be wonderful. We talked to Cote's already taken a spot. She reset her mark on the last over, but I think she's found it and she's ready to go. So again, Raja Durai facing. Does Lakshmi bowl some spin, H, does she? Yes, she does. Leggies or offies? Offies, I think. I'll check with her dad at the halfway mark. In comes Cote. A little bit short of that time, and put punch back. I would have thought about getting inside that one, or sweeping it if she could. That's a high little punch sweep shot she plays on occasions. In comes Cote. See, regular leg break. Not a whole lot of spin. I saw Hanau Thomas spin it prodigiously in a couple of deliveries, the off-break bowler in the Friday clash. Let's have a look what she's got up her sleeve this time. It looks like the leg break. One actually came back, so it's her wrong. He's got a good variety in terms of pace and the bowl that she actually delivers. Arm ball, leg break and a wrong, and the armoury of the leggy, that's the one that floats up there, and that's the one she has to watch cautiously onto the bat to mid-wicket. No run. Into bowl, looked up, watched onto the face of the bat again. Yeah, the talk yesterday would have been around two things: A, let's bat our overs out, and B, let's do this for our gallant captain, Brenda Tao. Brenda copped a very nasty knock, and thank you to those people that contacted Cricket PNG to see how Brenda was. It was difficult for us in the box. We just didn't know until we got down there and had a chat to the first aid people. That one's pushed to point, and it's through the hands of the person at point, and they've gone back for two. The person that used to field at fine leg again, I used to dread fielding at point H for those cut shots that, well, you know, the ball actually skids on, or either that does a leg break or an off break. It is the worst place to field, especially when the ground's a bit rough. H gone for the water here. The worm is turning. We're now on to around about the seventh over. Are we talking about this over? We've got none for 4 from Dani Darker, none for 8, the score of 6, Varday on 3, Roger Durai on 4, run rate climbs to 1.33, nothing for 8. Of course, the game finishes, and those who haven't done a lot then have to do their fair share again. Umpiring career and what's easy, what's hard. That one's full pitch, a big appeal, we're down the leg side. It's strange because the over that Dani Darker bowled to Raja Durai was perfectly on that off stump line. That's what I'll be looking at for Varday as well, but she's straight onto the leg stump here, and with her swing, anything that hits on leg or middle even, it's going to go down the leg side. So very experienced umpire Awala, he's just nodded the head and said no. Shook the head, not nodded the head. Shook the head and said no. In comes Dani Darker, right arm over. Outs, that's the one I was talking about. Get it back onto that off stump line, and it's either going to go away or it's going to swing in. That time you could see that Varday was rushed in the strike and never quite middled that one at all. I was more in the Merv Hughes warm-up. H, probably the great Merv Hughes. I know he's been up here to PNG. H is nodding, and she comes again right. That's why that's flashed outside the off stump, and that's gone like a missile to the fence. She has actually smacked that one right off the middle. So a loose ball, a very, very loose ball, and that's been taken to the boundary for 4. So a successful over so far with 1 ball to come. We've got 6 runs off this over, and Varday would be thinking, Maybe it's my day today, H. That's what you'd be saying. Maybe it's my day. That's how cricket works, doesn't it? How you get a few shots away, a little bit of luck, and before you know it, you've been facing 5 overs and you're seeing like pumpkins, H, eh? Or sweet potatoes. I think she's seeing like cow at the moment, H. Danny Duck is into bowl. Oh, that one's jumped. Team here, development team at Cricket PNG. Once more, that one's pushed late. But that one, cut backward of slightly, no run, and get involved. Even if you just play village cricket, they're going to give you a lot of support in this regard. You'll be able to do mentoring, tutelage. That one's pushed up a little bit quicker through the air. Only 2 runs at this stage of proceedings. The first putt. More like a bunch of grapes rather than a cluster. They fell very quickly, one after the other, after they lost the deputy captain Siaka. We do have a change of the bowling. We're having a look here. We have a lady with a headband. I'm pretty sure we haven't seen her bowl before, H. We're just waiting for confirmation from our scoring team down here. Looking at the run-up, it looks like right arm medium pace. She takes a mark, which is great, and gives us a chance to assess who it might be. So they've gone for 2 mediums today. That's brilliant because it's giving a exposure to another player. So as soon as we get a good look at her, we'll dig up her profile and have a little bit more information about her. Looks like Nanda Kumar, is that right, mate? It is Nanda Kumar. Induja Nanda Kumar. That rolls off the tongue nicely too. So right arm over the wicket. We'll get some more detail of her. Long locks, headband on. I'm sure it's a new learning for our 2 PNG batters before. They've probably never faced Nanda Kumar before. Nanda Kumar comes into bowl. Interesting action. And Rane looked like a batsman who'd never seen that before in her life. And I'm pretty sure she's right. That was just at the delivery stride. It was very interesting delivery stride there. I'd love to see from the other end. So something new. There'll be batsmen who have to negotiate in that. Did see some movement there, H. I'm looking with keen there. It looks to me like an in-swinging action. To me, that's pushed into the mid-off cover region for single. Now, with that being the case, are they going to put a slip in for Brenda Tao? Have a look once more, slow motion, H. Open chested, yeah, and that swung back quite prodigiously there. And if they've been working on one side of the ball, that swing would come. Again, they're coming right on around the wicket patch. Brenda, that means they've put a wider sort of gully position in for her. And the right arm bowler too, H. I would have stuck over the wicket and angled across Brenda, but these guys know a lot more about cricket than I do. So right arm around the wicket, the keeper is up. The keeper has a helmet on. not overly quick. Looking about the 90, 100 km per hour mark as a guess, but the keeper's up now. And that's going to keep Brenda well and truly planted in her creek, which is probably the objective of having a tee shot, let's say. So Brenda can't go walkies, can't get too far into that front foot. Being the experienced campaigner she is and having faith. Into my bag to get those profiles out, guys, because every profile has an amazing story for these UAE. Comes out, or a chocolate bar, same manufacture. In UAE they have machines you put some money on the bottom. Uber a couple of years ago. Just little bars or coins and whatever, depending on what you want. Press the button. audio going through, but I think we've had a problem with the batteries, and that's been rectified now. So in that time that we were away, we saw a wicket fall. More of those. Quick, but that Australian slash Victorian test. Great. 3 for 50. See? Because lots of runs are hit in the last overs. If his H is if your wicket's in hand, and that's what we want right now. Not at the wicket. Captain Martin was to bowl right around the wicket to captain. Pushed on the outside, no run. That backward square leg position that could cause a lot of problems with the running between. Whose call is it? I think Brenda will be doing a bit of the calling out there. But Coney's not going to go for any sills anyway. A lot of action here. Some game. Much pushed. Bit of game of cat and mouse between the captains here. I bet you each in their own mind. Brenda's thinking, don't let her get me out. I'm going to make sure I'm there for the 50 over mark. Look at that. Oh, it's a loopy one. Will there be a change in the bowling? Now Hatton started to spike a little bit. We had some dull overs, a few maiden overs, but coming towards the 19th, 20th, 21st over, we start to spike to a certain degree. We do have a new bowler coming into bowl. Try and work out who this is. We're looking at through our pretend binoculars. Including a building of 800 metres. Hopefully we're out PNG can deliver in the last 7 odd overs here. So a new bowler.
Match for the low was one up. Our better to post a good pass, and then we can send it to UAE. And as big on the big where for 6, I think coach trying to get things all of it really well and in the good balls to give assisted by and hopefully she goes for 22, that's straight through. Wrong one, which Konyo didn't pick up. And yep, PNG are now 4-4-66. As Konyo already puts on 22. Brenda Tau is on 11, and the incoming batswoman is Pauke Siaka, another experienced hand for the PNG Lewas. I think she's the senior of the girls team. She's been around for a very long time, and she comes in at a very, very crucial stage of the match as PNG are reeling at 4-4-66, and hopefully Brenda and Pauke put on another good partnership to get things going for PNG Lewas. Mahesh is 1-10. We need a good partnership here on Tony.
Yes, definitely.
Mahesh comes in. Siaka is off strike. Comes for going back for the second round. Good running by Pauke and Brenda. Comfortably home for 2 runs. PNG 4-4-68. 1 more ball to come. In this over, Pauke Siaka straight off the mark on her very first ball. A good positive start by the senior member of the team. Whitey's ball slapped through the field, and it's racing down to the boundary. That's a pretty good shot from Siaka again. Another boundary. That's a good over for the PNG Lewas team. 17 of the over brings the score to 72 with the loss of 4 wickets on the 24th over mark. Brenda Tau is steadying the ship. She's on 11 of 32 balls. We have 26 overs remaining. There's plenty of overs to bat, Tony. We just need a good partnership, and hopefully we bet the overs out, and we should be able to post a challenging target for the UAE batters who have been looking very solid during the series. In the first 3 matches they have looked solid, so we need to make sure we post a challenging target to make it harder for them to chase, and hopefully get over them and square the series 2-all. Rohit back on the attack. She's bowled 6 overs so far. This is a 7th ball. The first ball's a dot ball, slapped straight through to the point fielder for a dot ball. 4-4-7-2. This is the 25th over mark, halfway through the PNG innings. Rohit for the second ball. Skipper to skipper. Oh, that's LBW. That's gone. Wow, that's a big wicket, Tony. That's a huge wicket for
That's the
UAE.
one that's really going to hurt. It's pitched onto the stumps and straightened, I think. Oh dear.
I thought she hit it. Tony, let's have a look at it. Yeah.
Hard to see, isn't it?
She lunged
She
forward.
looked very surprised when given out. So
That is it.
five.
5 for 72. As Brenda Tau departs, skipper on 11 from 33 balls. Our next batswoman in is Holland Doriga. 5 for 72 after 24.2 overs. Skipper Rohit 2 for 7, a ball in a 7th over. That was a big wicket, Tony.
Yes. That one hurts. Another left-hander in by the look of it. Holland, I don't know much about. Can you fill us in a little bit about Holland? There you go.
Holland's one of the all-rounders of the team. She joined the team at a very early age, very young age. She was about 15 when our talent scout scouted through the school cricket competition, and she's been put in fast track into the team. She's a very young. She's at a very early age. At this stage, she's be about 23. Looking to be one of the main players for the Levas. Rohit moves in for a third ball. It's a dot ball, safely defended by Holland Doriga. Stump to stump bowling. That's good tight bowling, keeping it very simple, just placing the ball from the stump to stump zone and just making the PNG batters to make the decision, make the call on whether to play it straight or play across the line. Holland doing the right thing, just forward defensive shot, staying out of trouble. PNG are looking down the barrel at this stage. 5 for 72 is going to be a very good over for UAE. Wicket. Yeah, that's the over ball and dot ball that makes it a wicket maiden. A very good over, another good over from UAE captain Rohit. PNG are 5 for 72 at the 25 over mark. That's the scorecard. Siaka on 6. Doriga just joined Siaka. And PNG are 5 for 72. I think Mahesh will be bowling a second over.
And then the Kuma's
No, there's a change on, I think.
Yeah. In-swinger. Yeah, and then the Kuma, the in-swing bowler's been brought back on. I think that's because there's a new batsman. He's very hard to face in the first couple of overs. So I think that's the case. Maybe because the leg spinner did get a wicket too, but she was punished, wasn't she? Hey? So
yeah, the last over from his hand went for 17 runs.
Yeah, so they've gone in for the kill here, I think. Then Takuma is swinging the ball prodigiously. So Siaka will be watching that closely. Hopefully she strays onto the pads of Halkay, and Halkay can do some damage on the onside. She has swung it, hasn't she, H? It's a prodigious in-swing into the wind. Nanda Kuma. That's a Nanda Kuma. Call that one for us, mate.
Yeah, that's Paukis, a good shot by Paukis Siaka. Went the aerial way over the infielders and straight onto the boundary for 4 runs. Good positive batting from Paukis Siaka.
And that's what we were talking about, Ruru. Just wait for that ball to come onto your pads and unleash then, because she's not going to get an LB with the swing she's getting as long as you're positive motive. Once it's onto your pads or just on the leg stump, go for it. So that's the one she compensates with outside the off stump and pushed out for another run.
Pushed out for a single. So we just need a good partnership from these two. We'll be not long. We'll be going into the tail if we keep losing, or if we lose the next 2 wickets, we'll be in tail and we'll be in further trouble. PNG 5 for 77. Siaka on 11. Doriga yet to score. Nanda Kuma coming around the wicket, right arm around the wicket on that head ball. No, that can't be out, hopefully. That's going down the leg side, good dishing by the umpire. 5 for 77. can see in the replay the ball's going down the leg side, so that's a good decision by the umpire.
She doesn't go wandering down the pitch either, does she? Something like that.
I think that's inside edge down, running down, the ball running down to the fine leg region, safely across for a single. Doriga off the mark. 5 for 78, 2 balls to come in this over. 6 runs so far from this over. Siakam back on strike, she's on 11 in 4 balls, looking positive. Hopefully she bets on for a bit longer to make sure the scoreboard's ticking for her team. Played onto the onside at the mid-on region, no run. It's dot ball on this occasion, 1 more ball to go. In this over, 6 runs so far. Siakam on strike. And the Kuma comes in, just outside off, pitch outside off, punch down the ground to the mid-off region. No run on this occasion. That's the over ball, 6 runs off the over. PNG 5 for 78, Pauke Siakam on 11 runs, Holland Doriga on 1 run at the 26th over mark. So we still have a fair bit of overs to go. We've lost a fair few wickets, Tony.
Yes.
5 wickets, that's halfway through the betting lineup, so still heaps of overs to face. Let's hope Pauke, Siakam and Holland Doriga play out most of these remaining overs for PNG to have any chance of posting a respectable target. 5 for 78, 26 overs. Rohit back on the attack. She's bowled 7 overs so far, taken 2 wickets for 7 runs. Doriga on strike. Rohit moves in. Straight. Oh, that was in the air for a bit. I think leading edge. I'm trying to play it on the leg side, but got the edge, the leading edge, and the ball popped up in the air for a while, but safely, not in the fielder's reach. Dot ball. Rohit coming in again. There's an uphill, I don't know what for, catch or LB, umpire, oh, that would have been interesting, because umpire reckons that was the batter hit it, but the keeper dropped it at the same time. 10th ball of the over, Rohit moves in, a reverse sweep for a dot ball. Trying to play positive cricket here, Holland, despite the situation they're in at the moment. 5 for 78. We just need these batters to keep on playing positively and safely at the same time. That's the 4th ball, 4 dot balls so far. 5 for 78. Rohit 2 for 7. Very in her line and length, Tony,
Yes.
so making it difficult for the PNG batters to work out what their bowling plans are. That's down the leg side, a rare loose ball from Rohit for wide. Wide ball on the 5th ball, just a wide off this over. Again, she's very in her line and length. This one went down the leg side. I think that's a tricky ball again, so she will be trying to bowl back to her solid lines just outside off stump, and a wide call by the umpire again. That was a tough call, Tony.
Yeah, I agree.
That was right. Yeah.
I think the Satishi's got her hands on her hips and what?
Oh yeah,
I'd like to see
the
that
bowler
again.
was really surprised.
Yeah.
That's all right. Umpire is the boss.
Yeah.
2 whites, back-to-back whites. Angling down to the leg side, just hit the pads. No run again on this occasion. Just 2 whites of this over from Rohit's 8 over. She's 2 for 9, bowling very tightly and making it very, very hard for PNG batters to score runs. Last ball, no sin, straight on, and that's straight through, and for a dot ball, no run again on this occasion. Just 2 whites of this over. PNG slowly moving their target to 80 runs with the loss of 5 overs, with the loss of 5 wickets, beg your pardon, on the 27th over mark. Siaka on 11, Doriga on 1, Nandekuma, I think, comes in to continue her spell. This will be a 6th over. She's taken 2 wickets for 27 runs in her 5 overs so far. Siaka on strike, Nandekuma coming from the Bicinia. Straight through, good punch through the, no, just straight to the cover fielder. That's a dot ball again. We just need these 2 to 20, we just need these 2 batters to play up the remaining overs to ensure PNG gets to a respectable target. To a target bowlers can defend, make it hard for UAE. That's the origin for 2 front and good to PNG better to ball for Nandekuma of a 6th over. Siaka on strike, Nandekuma moves in straight down the ground, and Siaka goes for a big shot but misses, and the wicketkeeper attempts to stump, but umpire said not out as Siaka was safely in her crease. Nandekuma for the 4th ball now, 5 for 82. This is the 28th over. Siaka on strike. Nandekuma moves in, straight down the ground and punch again straight down the wicket through the onside for another single by Siaka. Moves to 14 of 10 balls. 2 more balls to go in this over. 28th over. Nandekuma bowling a 6th over. 2 for 30 in hair bowling card. Tony bowling on strike. She's on 1. Nandekuma for the 5th ball moves in. Wide off the wicket. Just hit it straight into the ground. The ball didn't travel far. Just bogged down in the middle of the pitch. Dot ball again. Last ball of this over. Doriga on 1 run facing the last ball. Nandekuma moves in for the 6th ball of her 6th over. Doriga on strike and goes for aerial shot, and it's running down the boundary over the infielders and rises to the boundary for 4 runs, and that's the over ball as well. 27 runs off the over. PNG are 5 for 87 after 28 overs. Siaka on 14 runs, beg your pardon, and Doriga moves to 5 runs of 14 balls. PNG 5 for 87. Rohit will be continuing. I I believe she'll be continuing straight through, Tony.
Yeah, I think she'll bowl the 10 overs out now because they have got Kochi still up their sleeve. They've still got a few overs from the medium pacer at the start too. Dunny Ducker's still got a few up her sleeve as well. So we did mention the fact before Rurua that they haven't played today their left arm orthodox spinner in Botha, and they've also left out the right arm legitimate or right arm normal spin bowler in Katie Thompson too. So a little bit more pedestrian today than it was in the other games. You know, the variety isn't there that it was on the other day. So something we'll find out a bit later, I suppose, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, I think the bowlers have had a good series so far. So I think she'll be injured if anything.
Yeah, we'll have to find out later.
To not play today.
Yeah.
But I think they have enough bowling stocks, especially the bowling spinners stocks. They have a variety or a number of spinners that can do the job if Botha is not available today.
And Thompson. Yeah, I went through their profiles last night and they all seem to be able to bat and bowl. A bit like the Lowers in some regard, eh? But
yeah, I think that's the norm in women's cricket.
Yeah.
A lot of players do have ODI, I mean, all-round status. That's close as it goes up, but given not out by umpire. Kaniwala is the umpire. Right, again keeping the bowling tight. This would be a fourth ball, 3 dots so far, and it's placed over the infielders and it's running down the boundary again, and the ball races into the ropes, and another boundary by Siaka. She moves a total to 18 runs, and PNG are 5 for 91. That is a good shot, good back foot shot, change of guard, and slaps the ball over the infield and races down the boundary. It's the 5th ball for Rohit, and Siaka making sure to play it safely and rightfully defensively playing it for a dot ball. It's the last ball of Rohit's 9th over. Siaka on strike. Moves in straight, comes on the back foot shot, horizontal shot down to the third man region for a single as Siaka moves to 19 runs of 16 balls. PNG are 5 for 92 after 29 overs. That's the over ball from Rohit. That's her 9th over. She bowled really well, taking 2 wickets for 14 runs. I think she will come back for her last over after this one. From the Bicini, and I think there will be a bowling change. Yes, as the umpire says so. New bowler comes on, change of bowling. Suraksha Kote comes on to the attack. Right off spin, leggy, I'm been told. Now correction, she's a leg, right arm leg spinner, outside off stump. Siaka tries to push it down the offside region, but misses, and that's a dot ball. Siaka on strike. Kote comes in. Oh, that's close, and Siaka just keeps it out from her pads at the very last moment to avoid any LBW chances. Goes down, blends down to the final, the square leg region. for a single, brings Doriga on strike. This will to face the third ball of Cortes 8 over. They're doing the right thing, Tony.
Yeah, I agree.
Doriga and
Yeah.
Siaka, they need to be playing these overs out. See, playing most of these overs, they have to be looking to playing majority of these overs remaining. Just push down the leg side, no run on this occasion. This is the third ball. Doriga on strike, she's on 5 runs at the moment. This is the 30th over of the PNG innings. Doriga goes reverse sweep to the gully region, but no run as the ball's been cut off by the UAE fielders. 1 run so far of this over, keeping things tight. Kote, this is the 8th over. And as Holland punches the ball through the fielders down the mid-wicket region for another single, she moves to 6 runs of 18 balls. Kote continuing from the BCE end with 1 ball to go in her 8th over. Siaka on strike, she's going really well, positively played, and as she gets back on her back foot, slaps the ball down to mid-wicket region, but there's a long mid-wicket fielder that stopped the boundary, and that's the over ball for a single run. Siaka on 21 of 18 balls after 30 overs. PNG are 5-4, 95. And that's the wham. 5 wickets down. PNG slowly creeping up, improving the run rate. They're currently on 3.17 runs per over. And Dani Daka comes in to replace Skipper Rohit from the Manuan. She's bowled 6 so far, no wickets for 14 runs, and Siaka takes guard. Will be facing Dani Daka. 20 overs remaining, Tony. Siaka and Doriga doing the right thing, selecting good balls, the right balls to score off, and ensuring they look after the good balls to avoid losing feather wickets for PNG team. Dani Daka, fresh ball coming in. Siaka on strike. Offside ball, slapped through the infield. A bit of a fumble by the fieldsman and safely across for the second run. Very good running by Siaka and Doriga. 2 more runs for Siaka. She moves to 23. PNG 5-4, 97. Run rate creeps up to 3.22, helping the PNG target ticking over. Dani Daka, second ball. Straight through, nicely played to the onside by Siaka. Deep square leg comes in to field the ball. 1 run again for Siaka. She's now on 24 of 20 balls. 5-4, 98. Doriga comes back on strike. Dani Daka, I think she's moving, bowling ends to come around the wicket into the left hand Doriga. That ball, whitish ball, missed altogether by Doriga for another dot ball. 5-4, 98. Doriga on strike. She's on 16 of 19 balls. This will be the 4th ball for Dani Daka, bowling the 7th over. Moves in down the leg side, safely guided by Doriga onto the square leg region, goes across for a safe single run. Danidaka none for 18, this is a 7th over. Siaka comes back on strike on 24 of 20 balls. Run rate creeps back up to 3.23 overs, and that's a good sign. The Siaka and Doriga are keeping a very positive mindset in their betting, especially Siaka, who's on 24 of 21 balls now, and that's the 5th ball. She's selecting the right balls to score and making sure that the good balls are safely played. Danidaka will be bowling the last ball of his 7th over. She comes over, the ball over the wicket comes in, a wideish ball, and that has to be a wide, that has to be a big wide, and it's not given. Wow, that's set and wide, but the umpire was not interested, as you can see in the replay. Wow, that's 2 meters from the wide line, and the umpire was, I don't know what the umpire was watching.
I think his arms are getting sore.
Wow, those are crucial calls, every run for PNG counts from this stage on, and not that they need help from the umpire, but
no,
that wasn't a good decision.
Maybe. Well earned, guys. Like the Finch at the moment, very water bottle, they're all sharing. Yeah. Specialist drinks, they like to just do Indian sides or just find out where and also, okay, Tom, so is it a case of pitch really fraught with danger, I suppose? Like Arua said, the players are born as a so far not right arm with to Riga. That's our common way too. And thought about hanging across, be better option. Wants to mix it up which way rolling, same with Al Kun, Mushma, make it all belt. Always look that little bit of rough outside the hot end. Close that up onto the Doriga. Doriga, well done, you've come in and this has been on and you've done your privileges. Rule was saying got 20 overs to go, 85 rather, you over that. That's like tickle around 1 hour, no run. A dangerous calling zone. Yes, no what? Doriga banking. Carefully. Got action figures enough to go high and over. That's a big one. And I think that's it. Do anything else. Got us 6 runs. If we could all get 6 from the remaining overs, you're looking at a decent score of roughly 2 runs. Once more, this one's outside the off stump, punches out to the covers, out to it on the fence. That's only 1 run. apologise again, guys. Our batteries went flat, so we're not having much luck here today. We rushed down and got some batteries for our little sound system here, but unfortunately, a lot of times you buy batteries up here and they're not really good for long-term purposes. And I think we're back on air now. We've been talking about how Dorigo's being very disciplined in an approach, the left-hander. She's on to 14 off 25, and I know Holland sees this as her opportunity. And when opportunity knocks, you make the most of it. So if she can be there at the end with 17.5 overs remaining, it'll be a big fillip for her career, the young all-rounder. Risha Orza set one up. Dorigo. I'm not sure if you got a slide stumping or what it be, but well take game by Satish. The Golden Glove girl. 18 years of age, H. Tell you what. 16-year-olds, 8-year-olds. She the one. Yeah, I think she might be the 21-year-old actually. I was getting mixed up there. So I'll check her profile in a moment. That one's edged down to a deep gully, a deep third man position or a short third man position. Just the one run. We stress once more, with only a couple of balls to be bowled by Esha Oza, will they be thinking, let's see the captain off and then see what the other got up their sleeves, because we know we're going to bowl a few balls out here, and that means that and that's where it might get easier. That one's put onto the onside for one run. Never a second hit again. The words rotating the strike, it's repetitive, but it's what's needed in this position. Dorigo now on 15. Siaka, one who pushed that one down to the mid-on position, is on 25 from 24. Uza around the wicket, floated that one down the leg side. 2 for 16 off 9.4. That one's called a wide, and that one adds one run to the score, but adds an extra delivery that Esha Uza can use for that wicket-taking, game-changing one. 2 for 17 off nearly 10 overs. That's excellent bowling. Right, I made around the wicket to the left-hander. Holland just pushes that one onto the offside, no run. You're taking your time. It's now very much like it was on Friday. The wind has sprung up around about 25-30 knots, blowing from southeasterly. That one's floated right up there with the arm left outside the off stump. No run. Score now after 33, 5 109. Oz has done her overs in. She cannot bowl anymore. At those stages, a partnership of 37 runs is exactly what PNG would have liked. We also know now that they've got a young team out there, and with around about 17 overs to go, can they really start forcing the mistakes in the field? We've got a few on the offside now. We've got a deep mid-off. We've got a deep cover, nearly a deep point or extra cover. We've got a cover, a backward point, a deepish gully, and then the regular onside fielders. In this stage of proceedings, we can have more fieldsmen out. In comes Cote, hit on the onside, no run. Okay, I know how disappointed Palka Siaka was when she was run out on Friday. She's making up today. Comes short outside the off stump. Siaka punches that one to that deep point position, that deep cover position, and they jog through for one. Very similar in stature out there, Dorigo and Siaka. So we're very lucky that one's a left-hander and one's a right-hander. We'd be definitely needing the binoculars for that. But even the way they move, I reckon Holland's based her game on Palke. Maybe she has. In comes Cote, another. Oh, that one's edged down past the slip. They're reaching out there slightly, so might have been the arm ball there, but no chance of the keeper catching that one. But if we had a slip, big chance. Let's have another look. Oh yeah, no chance of a catch there, but still put a first slip in position there, H, and they'd be gobbling that one up. Bit like how you gobbled that 4 and 20 pie this morning, mate. My goodness me. Tom McDonald, I bought him a 4 and 20 pie for breakfast. I think we've got an extra run there. We're off topic a little bit. So there's a lot of arm waving over there, a lot of touching maybe. Help us out here. We're worried about pies. I think we've got some. Hang on, have a look again. Have a look. That's beautifully flicked, isn't it, mate? Eh? 4 big ones. Woohoo! Forget the 4 and 20 pies. They're gone. They're done and dusted after I saw H smash his down. Little bit of sauce, but being the man he is, he went and shared it with our camera person outside, and she really did appreciate it. We've got a lot of bickies for her later on too. So. What a pie, 4 and 20. It wasn't only a 4 and 20 pie. And she come from. That one span back quite sharply onto the middle stump. But Doriga's got her eye in now, and even though it didn't look very elegant, she did negotiate it reasonably well. Last ball of this spell, another great spell, none for 28 from Scotty. Scotty bowls onto the pads and hit through mid-on. More through square leg, well fielded, beautiful arm, and 1 run. So that brings to an end the spell of Cote, and we'll just check the run rate at the moment. The worm is starting to climb, H, we're starting to climb. And the most important thing is there's no dots there to indicate wickets, so it's 5 for 116 from 34 with 16 runs to go. We never preempt things here. We always think we're a jinx if we say what a target might be or where we could get over here. So we'll just say at this stage of proceedings, hopefully they bat their last 16 overs out. Mahesh coming in now to bowl. 1 for 16 off 1, and here's where we talked about. She's going to come back on now to bowl some very vital overs, and even though she got the wicket, it's now a bit of pressure on her. 1 for 16 is not what she would have wanted after her first over. The wicket, yes. The 16, no. So very dry out there today. I think they'll organise a couple more drinks breaks, H, because it is stinking hot. Here in PNG, we can just go down for the river for a swim after this, can't we, H? Or we can go for a swim at the pool. But in Saudi Arabia also, it's in, I think it's in the UAE as well, we don't have any flowing rivers at all. The only river in Dubai is in Dubai, and that's being made artificially, 16-kilometre long river. So in the United Arab Emirates they have what's called wadis. So a wadi is a dry creek, so I think the longest of those is about 45 kilometre long, but it doesn't have any water in it at all. It's just an old riverbed. Wadi. She comes, this leg spinner, whacked through mid-on, down to the deep mid-wicket region for 1 run. Again, rotation of strike. Just for my memory, having travelled around Dubai, I think it's Wadi Hati, I think. Sorry if I've got that wrong, guys. Wadi Hati. No, there's Wadi Rum, I think that's in Jordan. But Wadi being, I think it's the Arabic word for dry river. One thing we can beat you at though here in here in PNG compared to the UAE is the length of the rivers here in PNG. Here we come once more, the leg spinner. The reverse with that is the shot she practices in the nets all the time. So well done to Doriga. I've seen her over the nets. I sneak out there. H, you've seen me sneak out, haven't you, hey? Sneak out of watching the girls train. And they do practice that shot. I've been told Muhuru, their coach, we had a big pat on the back to Ahmed yesterday, Ahmed Raja, the coach of the UAE, but Muhuru himself, he won't die. He was an expert at that shot, so he's passed on his knowledge to the girls, which is invaluable. South Pacific batting history, I think he has the quickest 50 of all time, H, is that right? 16 balls for 50 runs over in, might have been Fiji. I'll double check with the great man tonight. Mahesh, right arm around the wicket to the left-hander. Doriga on 20, Siaka on 32, and she comes. That one's compensated for again. He's called that one a wide. Yep. All I know is umpiring's a job that's really, really tough. So I think that was a fair call. It's wide outside of stump. Let's have another look. Yeah. She's taken it wide, and a fumble anyway. I think they could have got a run if they needed it. She comes from once more. Punched to the covers. Doriga well and truly is showing her all-round status at the moment. Not quite sure of what she's bowling this afternoon. She's got options, I think. She bowls a little bit of medium, a bit of spin. Doriga, Holland. Yeah. So we're going to see her with ball in hand. It might be her day. Here we come. Mahesh around the wicket. Ooh, that's the one she wanted. Just on, or pushing towards, or angling into the off stump, holding its line, and keeper Satish, the girl with the golden gloves. She'll have her work cut out again this afternoon, having to bat for the 4th time. Hold the innings together. She's got a lot of maturity. Here we go once more. That one's pushed down the leg side. That's gone past the keeper. And they're going to get 2 wides down the leg side. Maybe they'll go for 3 here. Maybe they'll go for 3. I think that's trickle for 4. So he's waving. He's waving dead ball. Hang on. I think has he waved dead ball there, H? Now the reason for that would be that he didn't think Doriga had played a shot, a legitimate shot at the ball. So this will be interesting, H. Let's have a look. We've got the next delivery going through. Yeah, slight confusion out there. I think that would be the case, H. No shot, no run. Yeah, I think that's the case. The rule is if it hits your body, it has to be a legitimate shot. Otherwise, they will not count that as leg byes. So, umpire Ola on the phone here at the moment. He'd be explaining that to the scorers. And he'd be hoping that his batteries are working. So there's a bit of chat going out there from what I can see. Definitely call it a dead ball. He's waved his hands in front of his body. And now we'll have Mahesh bowling. Full pitch down the leg side. We won't even bother commenting on that appeal because we know that's not out. So as far as we're concerned, that's now over. You can see our Manhattan with that big spiky over, but now we've got some what we call consistency of scoring per over. So we're up to 3.49 runs per over, 5 for 122, Siaka on 32, Doriga on 20. But we keep stressing, and I know we talked about this with H last night and this morning, once you get the partnership going and you're rolling and you're sitting around about 50 runs for the partnership, you don't want a wicket to fall now because a new batsman's got to come in, they've got to get themselves set, they've got to find out the pace of the wicket and also the new bowlers that are coming in as well. So let's see if these two girls with 15 overs remaining can bat these 15 overs out. If they do bat them out, if they're still there at the end, I can guarantee there'll be a challenge on that'll be make for a ripping Sunday afternoon. So if you're not doing anything, you've been to church, you've had your lunch, 5 to 12, get down here to Amini Park and have a look at what's going to be a ripper game of cricket to finish off this series. We might have to bring them back tomorrow to play a 5th game if we goes 2-all. H, that'd be good. H is thinking, I need some sleep. Here we go. Got Carly's coming in. Right arm over the wicket. Another cricket fanatic. Carly, right arm over. Was well pitched up and smack down to the offside. Beautiful off drive down there. They've gone back for the second. Wide, a windy throw, 2 runs. So throwing back into that wind's going to be a challenge too. Nani Duckett down here at deep mid off. Kale. Right arm over the wicket. Siaka facing on 34 from 31. That one's short outside the off stump, punched straight to that short cover, no run. We've spent some great days in UAE over the years, not a lot, more on stopovers where you can stop for a couple of nights and regroup before you go through to England. And, beautiful country, mate. Right arm, full pitch on the legs, a chance for a stumping down the leg side. That's the older. Make it look like a stumping so the umpire doesn't see the wide. That is a wide, and that's an extra delivery. Play a game of high or low with H in a second, you know. The artificial river in Dubai of 40 kilometres. What's the longest river in PNG, H? Longest river. Give you a chip clue, there's two really real whoppers, aren't there, mate, hey?
I forgot.
Yeah. And that's what I said too, H. I made a mistake. It's the other. Well, it's interesting, another run. We don't want to lose focus, but for all the guys in UAE who are listening in, you've got to come to PNG and go to the Sepik River up out of Wewak. Sepik province, absolutely stunning. Round the wicket this time comes Gokali. Backward sweep. Keeper's gone for that one. Was there an edge there? By the look of the bowler, I think there might have been an edge onto the pad. But Satish, that was nimble work. Couldn't quite get under the glove under that one. Now round the middle. Let's have a close look, H. The reverse sweep. Might have been off the glove, I think. And I'm pretty sure that if that had been taken, that umpire Kappa would have raised the finger there. It was thudding into the glove and looped out. Let's have one more look. Oh, this is a different kettle of fish now. I've lost concentration. That one's whacked on the onside and back for two. I'll triple check if I'm wrong with the thing if he's right. I've got seat at about 140 odd kilometres. And with your colleague beating you with the river for sure, guys. It's between two hot side off stump wide. Go check on with the guy. The good thing about it is you can say, right, there's a 50 there, that's just an eye theory. So that margin, and the girls will look easy, just kept on bowling. The mid now got to a dip where there's E on it. And guarantee Doriga will come here. She exits that right at the off, and that'll be 2 sec. Yep. They get ball, that one wide, one side, and two score. Right. 3 on off. Run rate 3 points off 6 overs. 5 180 and look at 5th run there compared to even though they're beautiful UAE when the pre-game one day, they did get there. What's easy? She do a lot of work. She sure the problems. Please, if you're in the UAE anywhere in the at least when I spoke to Escher on Wednesday, she was so excited she got to go into the jungle. I said, the jungle? Yeah, Nature Park's got jungle. I said, you come and stay here for a few more weeks and I'll show you some real jungle. Okay? That one's outside the other, slashed. It's interesting what the call will be here. I've gone down for one. Was there an under edge on that? Not quite sure, but it's funny when the tide turns that sometimes a lucky bounce goes your way. So we now have Siaka on 36 and taking strike. And 1 run was the call. So Mahesh again. It's a lot back. Just by the movement of the fielder there, I reckon there's a bit of power bat in that one, H. He's nodding his head. He said, no, that might be off the pad. Have a look once more, mate. Let's have a look if there is a bit of bat in that. Impossible to tell from our angle, so. Thing is, when the fielders are out, you're going to get a bit more luck. And she comes from more Hesh. That time on the onside. Punched out there by Siaka. No run. Hesh, right arm over the wicket. 1 for 25. She's brought things back after that first over. This one's hit through covers. And a so early on the wicket. Score check. Siaka 7 balls for 500 to go. And got another with their control going to be around. Do the crate kick on 80. So we know ball. I've come back for 3. Never there. Look the call here. Oh, it's called. Yeah. Can be. Yesterday we had Sassel of all time. I mean, Rick Chappell faced him once, and it was great. On foot. So one. Same village. Yeah. You can see we can play the paid and see it come through in her batting as well as his effort. Even they stand up, a shot's being played, and there are like similarities. 3 on strike, around the wicket. Smack through the is an absolute clacking shot. That's my favourite this week. She has given that everything. Kitchen and sink, the 4 and 25. That is a cracking shot. Slightly over pitch. You can see no swing on the ball at all now. Shows you what we've been saying all week. I know it's like a repeating record, H, but see the other side. It gets easier the longer you go. Even though the field's out now, 5 out, it is a little bad. It needs to go over. 500 up the third go. Now I wonder if they've got a little competition going out there. 29 or 42, 5 for 43 is set, but the run rate's up to 3.83. It seemed just like a few minutes ago it was around the 3 mark or even below, but I think the girls in the sheds now will be enjoying their lunch in a few moments. In they come. Got Carly right on around the wicket. Over pitch the game. This one a big appeal, a massive appeal, and a shake of head from Kappa. Satish, just get back. Let's have a look again, H. Hard to tell. Impossible for us to know. I know Siaka's just walked away to square leg, showing no interest whatsoever. Kakali in, right arm around. Again, a lot of aggression. The shot down to that mid-on position, deep mid-on, looking for 2. But if Dani Darker can throw like she bowls, I wouldn't be going for 2 on that one, H. Well fielded. Carly's now going to come over the wicket to the right-handed Riga. And again, the appropriate field changes have been made. Very well-oiled machine, this UAE team. She loses a run. Understandable bowling into this very strong wind. Kappa does his little Kappa dance. These 2 umpires would like a bit of disco in the day, and she comes right arm over the wicket. Pushed on the onside on this occasion and jogging through for a very simple run. With the wide off the first ball, this will be the last hopefully the last legitimate ball of the over. And I'm not sure where, but the girls are probably at the 40 over mark, deserve another drink, I think. It's called a wide, so there goes my jinx again. I've called it, and unfortunately that's another run and another delivery to the over. So if Carly used that one, it means you've got another chance to get across against your name, another wicket. You can see our the UAE's team of support staff patrolling the boundary line, getting a drink into these outfielders, because I reckon we're looking at 35 degrees out there at the moment, H. H is nodding. Right arm around the wicket, Kakali. Again, she had to reach for that one. The umpire's tempted, and he is tempted too much. So it's another run. Wide ball called. Kakali's trying to push it onto the off stump, so she's using her offside fielders to advantage, but she's overcompensated twice. She knows if she gets a little bit straighter, there's lots of runs, nearly 2 runs out to the boundary if it's pushed slowly. So I know what's going through Dorigo's mind. If I can just push this on the onside, I can get 2 runs out of this. In comes Kokali. Back foot sweep. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. The reverse sweep is Dorigo's to master at this stage, but she's got the masterly coach to do that. Overcalled. The umpire's talking to Satish here. I think Satish is saying there was a little edge on that, and the umpire said, well, you can't give what you can't hear. I'm not going to guess caught behinds, and young Satish has got to realise that. Saying to the umpire, just said, I would have batted 250 times in my career because I've batted 8, 9, 10. I reckon there's only 3 times I was given out when I was not really out, and probably 10 times I was given not out when I was out. So it's a bit of mathematics there, H. You work that sum out and you'll say, right, take the good with the bad and get on with it. I hope that's not too controversial, guys. That's just how I see it. Satish has been superb. Maheshin, right arm. Push forward again, that time by Siaka. Finish 1 from 26 off 3. H has gone out to stretch the legs. Mahesh, right arm over the wicket. Full loop, and that's a whack out to deep mid. Oh, it's in the air. Oh, that went to no man's land and 2 runs. It's getting to the silly season, H. It's getting to the silly season. Girls, be there at the end. There's still 11.5 overs to go. You get 5 runs per over, you're going to get it up to 200. Mahesh, that one onto the off stump, and a very adventuresome chop there by Siaka. That's the one you push down through the offside, I think, if I was Pauke, but I don't know what her mindset was there. She could see if I get it over that infield, I'd be hitting with the spin, but here we go once more. Strike, straighter, push back. They're going for the second? Yes, they are. And I think they'll make it easy. Well run, good cricket. Excellent running there. What I'd be doing right now, H, I'd be getting an ice bath for Pauke when she comes in, mate. I'd be getting a big ice bath for Pauke and Siaka, because she's got a bowl as well. She's got to weave the magic with the ball. That one's looped up, hit back past the bowler straight. I reckon if they can push here, there'll be another 2 runs. Uza picks it up, easy peasy with those 2 runs. Can't quite check the batters' scores at the moment, it's not coming through, but at the moment we've got 5 runs off this over, maybe 6 runs off the over so far. That's what we want. It's okay. We're Heshim to bowl. Treated with the great respect it deserves. Siaka on 45. Doriga on 30 or 45. Run rate now pushing up to 4 runs per over. I think this, for the first time in the series, if we do bat out, could push that 200 mark. If the girls can just hang in there. Mahesh, right arm over the wicket. Whack back through the mid-on position once more. Will they go for 2? I think Uza wants them to have a crack, but she just walks and picks up the ball and lobs it back to the bowler. Overs called. A fine over for the PNG Lowers. Siaka 46 and 46. She seems to like that. Kokali looks like she's going to bowl another one. Sprinted out for a quick drink. I think our 12th man's come out there. 83 run partnership. 83 run partnership, H. I said from the start of the day, I wrote this down, I read this out. Today's all about redemption. What we saw on Friday was very un-Laowa-like. And I've listed some players there, and every player I've listed has actually done their job today. And I know Tomo, she missed out with the bat, but she would be licking her lips saying, get me out there. Let me weave my magic with the ball in the second innings. Looking at the bowling change, Dani Ducker's coming in. She's bowled 7 overs. This time she'll be bowling into the wind. And I know, chatting to her on Wednesday, I reckon there's going to be some interesting movement through the air here. One side of the ball's scuffed up. They have been working a little bit on the other side. So her bowling into the wind, it's not going to be as zippy, of course, but it's going to be a little bit of movement out there. It'll be interesting to see if I am right with that. Remember, guys, those thinking today about becoming an umpire, especially the ladies out there who play a bit of cricket, make sure you come and talk to the staff there in the office during the week. I'm sure they'll get your name down and put onto that database of potential umpires, with a lot of potential work for you guys all across the country over the next few years. Peter was saying if you can retain an umpire for 2 years, you've got them for life. So that's what we want. We want long-term umpires with long-term careers. Here we come. Dani Ducker. Right arm over the wicket. Full pitched. Punched on the onside. Beautifully played. No run off that delivery, but authoritative shot. Holland, Doriga, Siaka, the right-hander. This time on the offside, hit the covers. When players from England come to Australia, they struggle in the first few games with the heat, especially in Perth. But these girls are used to this. They train in this heat every day, every single day of the week. They're just about here doing something. Siaka. That one's a slower ball. Pushed onto the leg stump and tickled round the corner for a single. So fatigue would be kicking in, but as I said, I haven't seen either of the two girls take on much fluid. They're used to the conditions, H, eh? We have extreme advance marching here, H. They're going for your butter shortbreads here. Keep them as safe, H. H is, hopefully they're not in the packet. Are they in there? Oh goodness, this is a catastrophe, Tom. We've got Griffiths, this is Tom McDonald I'm talking to. Griffiths, butter shortbreads, 20 keeners worth, and the answer got into them. Usually don't last long enough in here to the ants to even smell them, do they? I usually gobble them down. In comes to Dani Ducker around the wicket, and that's a full swing of the bat out to deep mid wicket, and that's one bounce over the fence for 4 big ones. It's sort of been pushed into Doriga's hitting zone there, so again, you punch that onto her pad, she's going to take you on. And take you on, she did. It's a bit of a sprint now. Dorigo's thinking, I can't let Siaka get to 50 before me. I'm gonna give her a run for her money here. This is so entertaining, and I know I'm sort of impartial to a certain degree, but the guys were down in the dumps when we lost our 5th wicket. That one's fully pitched, slower ball, punch to the offside, and they scramble through for 1. About catastrophes, fancy getting your shortbreads. We have action here in the H is squashing the ants. Oh dear. Hope they're not those bitey ones. If you've been bitten, H, by those little bitey red ants, oh goodness me, they hurt. Right arm over this time. Siaka looks down the leg side, and that's called a wide. These ants are running around rattled now because they could smell something. Now it's disappeared. Just eat them, H. Beautiful. Yep. Talked about the Fly River before. Been fishing on the Fly, H? Too much fishing? I call you steamboat for nothing. Yeah, I do my homework. Well, let's push the mid on down there for one, then they jog through. Both of these girls get the ice bath out and just throw them in once it's finished. They've done a splendid job. Just looking for the partnership now, mate. The worm's looking good, but the partnership is what we want to see. The steady rise. It's like a little mountain climbing expedition, isn't it, eh? Giving H some big questions here. We're going to compare mountains now, H. Tallest mountain in PNG. Tallest mountain in PNG, H. He said Mount Willem, he said. He is correct. Mount Willem, over 4,000 metres high, H. I think the dinner's arrived. That's why H is excited. He can't be hungry after smashing down so many... Thank you. He smashed down so many biscuits. I'm not putting that down. The ants will get my lunch. Yeah, so guys, back in the UAE, we have an amazing mountain here, sort of in the highlands region called Mount Willem. Absolutely stunning. Lots of people climb it. Lots of people underestimate it too. So, just in my research the other day, we had Mount Willem well over 4,000 metres in height. $4,500 metres, H, 4,500. A good friend of mine, Dr. Amanda, if you're listening there anywhere, she climbed it a month ago and she said it was a lot harder than she expected. Mount Willem, 4,050, that's in the onside this time. Hit out there for 2 runs and thrown back to the bowler. Masira in Dubai. Piyaka on strike. This one's down the leg side and called a wide by the umpire. Five for 165 now. Siaka brings up a 50 by my calculations and 35 to Dorigo. Well done to Palke Siaka. Celebrate tonight, but you've still got a big job to do. You've still got 9.5 overs and they want you there at the end, Paul Palke. They want you there at the end, mate. So for PNG's sake, for the Lauer's sake, and for your sake, keep hanging in there. Al-Masira. Again, the variety of these bowlers. That one's down the leg side and called a Y once more. So it's been a bit of a mixed bag to start this over. We give the young lady a chance to find her line and length, and she'll show you exactly what she's made of, I'm sure. Here she goes. It's the ball spinning in those hands of hers. Twists it out the back of the hand. Push down to deep mid on. I think they'll look for 2 there. No, they won't. Sensible batting. Siaka got the applause she deserved. 51 runs or 53 deliveries. Dorigo on 35 of 47. Run rate now up to 4.15. Can they maintain this? All they need to do is get the odd boundary and they will maintain it. Nothing silly. H has just said he hasn't climbed Mount Willem, but he'd love to one day. No offence to Dr. Amanda, but I did tell her to wear some warm clothes. She said, I got cold. I said, of course you're going to get cold at 4,500 metres above sea level. So I think fitness wasn't a tally, it was the altitude and the cold. Beautiful. When you fly to Wee-Wack, you fly over it. In she comes once more, around the wicket this time. That one's punched down to the short third man position. No run. All that experimentation the girls do in the nets is going to come into vogue now. the creative shots, I'm sure, and giving themselves room. In she comes once more outside the off stump, pushed into the covers, no run. So well done to young Jahangir, or Al Masira as she likes to be called as well. So she did bounce back quite strongly there on that occasion. As it ticks over now, 9 overs remaining, 5 for 168. Jebel Jazz, I know my nephew spent some time in Dubai, and there's a beautiful mountain. I think it's around about 2,000 metres above sea level, but it sits near the coast, whereas for the UAE viewers, our Mount Willem's basically in the centre mountain range that runs east to west. So if you fly from here, from Port Moresby, the town of Wewak, you really fly directly over our tallest mountain, which is pretty special on a clear day. But looking down, it's definitely not desert. You can fly for 2 hours here and be across jungle the whole period of time. In comes Dani Daka, down the leg side, bit of pad, no run, no wide, and a lot of wind. We're starting to rock again, H. H and I talked earlier in the week about if that storm was going to hit on Monday, it would be like a microwave here if a bolt of lightning hit us. I reckon we'd be sizzled. You could go right through us, H. You just find us shriveled up on our chairs here, mate. In comes Dani Daka, right arm, punch down the offside. This time it's up in the air. Oh, it's down. She's dropped it. And that's what pressure brings, H. That's what pressure brings. That was wobbling around in the wind. It was an easy catch. And the bowler is very disappointed. So she comes in again. It was lobbed out to the legitimate cover field, and she just about given up the goat on that one. Got underneath it, stopped, was steadied. But again, that wind out there is causing havoc when the ball's in the air. So we won't judge anyone too harshly. We won't emphasise that one, we won't even mention anything. So, yeah, we've all done that before, H. We've all dropped a sitter, mate, and at least you got hands in it. I dropped one once, it hit me straight on the top of the head, and there was blood, H. There was blood. There was blood. Yep. Straight through the hands on the top of the head. That one's called a wide, another run, another delivery, and another chance for the two PNG batters to get to decent score after the end of these 50 overs. They all add up, don't they, H? You dropped a sitter yourself over the years, mate?
Sorry?
Dropped a catch or two yourself? Yeah, I know. And she comes, Dani Daka around the wicket. Oh, that one's called a wide. Definitely wide that time, down the leg side. You know, I think in cricket, we've often discussed with me mates, we go back and have a dinner every probably 3 or 4 months with the guys who play cricket. They said, we don't worry about getting hits and sixes for our memories and going out for ducks, but the worst feeling is when you drop a catch, because you're doing it against the person that's doing the hard work out there. So Dani Daka comes in once more. This time it's whacked down on the offside. We're seeing getting underneath. No, that's well short, and only the 1 run. Siaka now on strike on Siaka on 52. Something else flashed up there with the partnership, guys. I apologise, I just missed it. Hopefully you saw it. 5 for 172. And we're whacked onto the offside this time by Siaka and pushed through for 1. Have we got to the 100 partnership yet, H? We have, yeah. I'm sorry we missed that, guys. It didn't flash up, and sometimes we're relying on things to come. Here it comes now. H has pressed the button. That's a 101 run partnership between these two. Get the record books out today, guys. For ODIs, I reckon we might be up there with this partnership. Siaka on 53, Doriga on 36, and Doriga on strike. Right up around the wicket. Full pitch of this. She's given that a decent old heave-ho. That one's gone through cow corner. That's 4 runs plummet again. Careful there. We've got a St John's ambulance out there. Don't want anyone hurt in the ambulance. We need them. And that's 4 runs. Not sure what's happening here. Has it gone outside the fence area, I think? Don't go too far over there, guys. Just hope there's no fire or anything over there, H. So the ball's come back. H has gone to retrieve the ball, I think. No, he hasn't. He's just gone to get a bit of fresh air. Tell you what, some questions have been answered today as far as Holland's concerned. This could be the make or break game for her in terms of the fact she's going to solidify herself into the team now as a genuine all-rounder. To a certain degree, a bit of hero proceedings up. She's getting her block once more. Off stump looks a little bit crooked, H, but maybe it's my eyes. Dani Daka, 1 for 35 of 8.5. Around the wicket. Slightly short and glided to the point position or slightly backward point position, no run. Siaka will be talking to Holland now saying, come on, come on, come on. There's a half century for you there. There's 200 for us as a team if we can get there. There'll be lots of chats in between overs. The worm has turned, H. It's biking. It's like Mount Willem. Jebel J. Jebel J. It's a real tourist attraction there in the UAE. It's supposed to be a very spectacular place with magnificent views. 2,000 metres, we just call that a pimple here in PNG, don't we, H, compared to some of the mountains in the Owen Stanleys we have, and into West Papua, into Irian Jaya. Boy, I'm pretty sure there's a couple over 5,000 of them. They're massive. I've climbed Mount Bellamy about 4 times, H, here in PNG along the Kokoda track, and that's arduous enough, about 2.5. Masira, 1 for 5 of 1. Little tweakies. And she comes. Loops that one up. And it's pushed comfortably onto the onside. They'll double up this time, I'm sure. Yeah. Easy 2. Even with the wind behind the bowler's throw that time, it was always going to be an easy 2 runs. What is it about this Lauers side, H? You know, every time they have a loss, they always bounce back. It's in their DNA.
Yeah.
I think H doesn't say much, but there's a big yeah then. I think talk about the mantra of what Lauers means. We talked about it yesterday. It means heart, but it means more than that. And that's hit beautifully through the onside once more, an easy run. I think one aspect of that Lauers philosophy was mental toughness, wasn't it, H? And really, after today, when there were about 5 for 70 odd, you could hear in the voice of Rarua here, he's saying, oh, come on, guys, you know, we just need to get to 130, we might have a chance. Well, since he's been here, it's 5 for 180 now, and there'll be a very happy match director, and though he's got to be a little bit unbiased, but being a PNG legend in terms of Barramundiism, and she comes once more bowling outside the off-stump, no run. Doriga on 40, hang in there, Holland, hang in there, Holland. That's what they're saying over there in the dugout. They're saying, you can do this, mate, you can do it. 7.3 overs to go. Round the wicket, outside off stump, well left, well played, good cricket. And don't forget Satish, beautiful taking. If our mum and dad are listening, your daughter's done a wonderful job for the last 4 days. So young and so talented. She's done her Emirates Marathis proud when she comes. This is a backward sweep. She's got onto this one. That's through, and that's what we call the Dorigo special. That's 4 runs backward sweep. H is happy. Doesn't say much, but that was, oh, what a shot. Uhuru is smiling for the first time. The first time in 4 days, the great man. We should have got him a couple of 4 or 20 pies. When we have pie day, Muhurai Dai is coming. I'm inviting the great man. We'll have a pie off. This is exciting cricket, H. When we thought all was lost, we thought all was lost, and then we've got this partnership of over 100 runs for the 6 wickets. So in we come once more. And this one slightly short, got on top of, easy run. It's a great credit to Anthea too, guys. Anthea Murray, if you don't know Anthea, she's the fitness guru here with the Lowers, and she's been working with them all year. I'm not sure how long she's been with the Lowers. H will fill us in on that. But she never gives them an easy day. She really does push these girls hard. And when you think how tough it would be for Siaka out there, Siaka's pushing 40. And we were supposed to have an interview with her on Friday, and my first question was, the fountain of youth, can you keep going till you're 50? Can you beat the record of that Englishman who was still playing Test cricket at 52 years of age? She just smiled. She just smiled and said, don't ask me any hard questions, she said. I said, don't worry, I'll answer them for you, Siaka. A delightful person, a delightful family, and talk about cricket in the blood. If you didn't know, her husband, Asa, is captain of the men's team, the Barramundis, and he's in Oman at the moment, or coming home at the moment, so could be a big celebration in vogue. So Nani Darker, number 35. Nani's had a wonderful series as well. 9 overs, number 35. They're splendid figures. They really are. On such a hot day, and the ball is not dominating anymore. This time it's outside the off stump. A big appeal for caught behind. Just from Donnie Darker's body language there, I don't think there was a great deal of hope in that appeal. Maybe there was. She's made a gesture towards her captain. Let's have a look again, H. Let's have a look. This time it's over pitch and whack bound over the offside. 1 run. Just between you and me, H, I think there might have been a little tickle on that one, mate. You know what the giveaway was? The batsman looked straight back towards the keeper. But once again, it is so noisy out there with the wind. Maybe the umpire didn't hear it. Siaka on strike, slashes that one through the offside. Down behind the ball there, and thrown in safely to the bowler. And it's like the broken record. And what am I going to say, H? Rotating the strike. Very annoying at this stage of proceedings. Having faced this myself for so many years, and I know Ruru would say for a bowler, you just want that line of length at this stage, and it's hard to maintain when you have to change it every single. That's a backward sweep once more. She's got onto it a little way, but that position there for a fine leg, easily fielded. This puts Palke Siaka on strike, 57 or 59. She's maintained that throughout the innings, a runner ball throughout the innings. That's splendid cricket. You think about the first one-day international ever played way back in 1971. This was the score they got. Big difference is we've got 6.2 more overs to go, and we've got field restrictions. So the girls have done well. 5 for 188 to have delay. 43.4 overs bowled. I think the keeper's coming off for a bit of a break, and we've got a replacement keeper, is that correct? Are you allowed to do that, H? I don't think anyone really cares, but I'm just wondering on the rules, so you'll have to find out who the replacement keeper is. I was under the impression it could only happen through injury, but I'm not quite sure. Don't quote on rules you don't know, so anyway, gives the replacement keeper a chance. So from my chance,
Maybe she wants to use the loo.
yes, maybe she has to go to the toilet as well. So hot out there. I don't think you'd have anything left. That one's a glorious shot there. Oh, and well done. She got right behind her, but that was 4 runs. If she hadn't got the body behind, that was 4. So H just said maybe it was a toilet break. It looked like a preordained system there. Not quite sure. It says the backup keeper is Emily Thomas. Emily's only 17 years of age, I think, reading her profile. Tell me, people out there, if I'm wrong. 17 years of age. This is a great moment for her, so don't spoil it. Pushed on the onside once more. Out to deep wicket. Out to the captain, who has done a mountain of work in the field, and beautiful throw back to the keeper. Again, over that time, so we've got 6 runs off that over, 5 for 191, 6 overs remaining, Dariga on 47, and I was going to say young Siaka. I'm going to say it, young Siaka into her mid-50s. It's just flashed off the screen, up to 60 runs. H has just marked that down as a mistake. There's an error. Goodness gracious. She's up to 60 off 61. Will she be over? This is a little bit rate. We've got the Melbourne Cup coming up soon, H. That's going to be a great day in the office. First Tuesday of November. Daraga on 47. Siaka facing on 60 off 61. And Almasira coming in once more. And that's out. Just scoop back, pushing it onto the onside, and well done to Jahinga Almasira. That's her first wicket in this game today. She's now got 1 for 13. Siaka getting a splendid round of applause from the people in the gallery. Her team will cheer her off big time. She'll be wrapped. Get that ice bath. Easy slap of the wrist. Slap of the glove. She just scooped that one, tried to push the single once more. And a relief for the fielder at mid-wicket. 1 run. Gower Tom's out there. Gower's big smile today. We had a long chat before the game started, H. Us being the only Sydney Swan supporters in the whole country. I said 2 words. Ed Kono. We picked up the best full forward in the competition. So I said, Gower, expect your Sydney Swans membership hat when I get back after Christmas, mate. We're going to go convince Halli to barrack for the Swans. Actually, if anyone's back there in Melbourne listening, we're going to have the whole team of Lowers wearing a Sydney Swans hat in the early new year. That will make the papers back in Australia. So anyone back at home, any family, start getting your hats together, guys. I reckon I could talk H into that once we get on a roll next year. It'll be massive. Right, wicket, new batsman, right-handed Gower Tom. Again, all-rounder quality in some regards, isn't she? She can bat, and I know her objective now would be get down the other end and get Dariga on strike for that well-deserved 50 if she can get there. Once again, Almasira on the spot, pushed down, back to the bowler by Gower, no run. Gower surveys the field, takes block once more, batting slightly outside leg stumping. There we go, giving herself a bit of a room on the off. This time it's pushed down the leg side, bit of an appeal, no run. Gower's giving herself a bit of room, interesting stance. The net. The runs are drying up, a bit like the ants have dried up at the moment, Hates, after you squash them all. Here we go. Push it back to the bowler once more, no run. Time on strike, yet to get off the mark. That's a legitimate leg break, pushed on the offside, no run. I applaud Gower on this, just give yourself a couple of balls. Nothing worse when you go out there and try and whack the first 1 for 4, or try and push it too hard. That's when you make mistakes. Get the pace of the wicket, watch what the bowler's doing, then make your move. That's the quicker one, the arm ball. That's pushed off to mid-off. No run. The ball's following Uza around like a magnet, isn't it? Because he's been wicket made and then well bowled. Well bowled to Hungja. Al-Mazira. Yahunga Al-Jazeera. Al-Mazira. Partnership was 119 runs between Siaka and Dorigo, and we'll be checking the record books for ODI partnerships when we get back. Can't do it right now, we haven't got the facility to do that, but it'd have to be up there, not only for size but importance as well. Got another change in the bowling. And this looks like Nanda Kuma coming into bowl again, the big in-swing bowler. She's still got four overs to go by my calculations, H. And I think it would have been a bit of the plan to have her bowling at the death, but again, if you can get, she is hittable. I'm not being nasty there, but you can get hold of her here. So Dorigo will be thinking that. She's going to be straightening the ball up with her outswingers to the lefty. So let's see if there's still any movement out there. That one's slower on the off stump and punch for one run down to a deep. Chance for two. It's okay for you, Gal, but poor old Dorigo's been out there for over an hour and a half, so be patient, mate. The right hander on strike. You can see what the target, we've talked about targets all week. I reckon they'd be looking at probably 100 and maybe 110 runs. They'd be happy, 210 runs, they'd be happy with that, so another 18 runs off the remaining 4.5, but that's a conservative estimate of what they're aiming for. We would have chatted about that. Nanda Kuma coming over the wicket to the right hander. Will there be movement? Oh, 45 overs old. That's a little bit of swing. It's gone through to the keeper. She's taken the bails off, no run. Have another look at this one, H. Front on delivery. It does move back. It's sort of straightened up off the pitch, I think, eh? And wonder she's got her hands on her head. Back to the live action now. That one's wide outside the off stump and she's missed it. Don't get frustrated. So there are two distinct deliveries there. That one didn't swing much at all. The first one dipped right in. Nanda Kuma 2 for 35, 6.3, good figures. The right arm, front on bowler. Have a look at the left arm, H. Have a look at the left arm, drops right down, and that's whacked on the onside for one. Well fielded again, and only the one. Yeah, strange action there, but obviously that front on helps her with her in swing. And, 2 for 36 in an international game. Well done, young lady. You've done well. Dorigo on 48. Does she know she's on 48? Gower Tom off the mark with 1 off 8. Dorigo facing up. She's given that one the old biffo underneath it and well caught down there. So another fine innings. Dorigo, you deserve 50, Dorigo. You definitely did, Holland. But you did the right thing. We needed quick runs. We want to get to 210 if possible. And splendidly caught. I think that was our girl Dani Darker again out there, H. Yep. Safe as houses down there at deep mid-on. Just watching the replay here, faces up. Hits it cleanly, but like catching practice, isn't it, mate? Straight to the deep mid-on and taken beautifully. Score check, 7 for 193, 45.5 overs. And for our friends in the UAE, we'll have a game on our hands this Savo because we know how well your guys can bat. And I don't think anything around 200 is too much for them to ask to get. So it's going to be a matter of the PNG Lowers bowling to plans and trying to get Satish out early. She'll be relaxing, having a cool drink at the moment and getting herself primed and ready for a batting onslaught from her behalf. So we've been trying to tell you a little bit during this game about the beautiful Emirates. Fantastic airline. We've got a wonderful airline here in PNG called Air New Guinea, which is a splendid advertisement for the country. Have a look at their commercials if you get a chance, the guys in UAE. And please come to PNG. We have a commercial from around about 10, 12 years ago where the children from my school were involved. They sing this beautiful song about this country, and they go from the highlands of Mount Hagen to the shores of Lolawata Beach on the island there. It takes you right around the country, that video. Around, right arm over the wicket this time. This time it's slashed outside the off stump. Isabel Tower can't get a connection to that one. And the two new batsmen to the crease, which in some regards will be good because they're fresh. They can run those quick singles now. So look at that worm. It's died off a little bit with those last two wickets, but coming from the position we were in, we're wrapped in terms of the PNG staff. They're all nodding here, the PNG staff. But as I said, guys, back in the UAE, she's not over yet, guys. Just looking through some data from Uza herself. I think she hit 150 odd in a 2020 Big Bash not so long ago. I'm sure it's against Bahrain. I'll have to check out who she was playing against. Bangladesh. So the striking power is there. Facing up this time will be Gower Tom. It's a casual stance. And Al Masira in once more. Right arm, little tweaking deliveries. She's on 1 for 13 off 3. A little bit of something blowing across the ground there, H. Masira in. Pushed on the offside. They scramble through. Right. It's just Gower Tom still on strike. Al Masira in. Pushes that one through. Gower's gone for the big heave-o and says no, she's missed everything. And she's not going to bother running with that one. Can go through what's in his mind. Get bat on ball. That's all you need to do. The field's deep. Just bat on ball. Push towards the 200 mark. 3.4 overs to go. She watches this one more closely and does get bat on ball, and that's on the onside, and they've pushed through for 2, and the appeal goes up for her out. Not out. They've run that one well. Fresh legs, H. Fresh legs important this stage of the game. I don't reckon Siaka and might have gone for that one with Holland. I think they would have said, nah, let's just take the one. But 2 runs. They've turned 1 into 2, brings Tom on to 3. And back onto the strike once more. Tower yet to score. This one's pushed through once more. Push straight back. No run. This one comes in. Al-Masira push back. That's slightly uppish, I think. Did they get through that time, H? Yes, they did for 1 run. Good cricket. Gower Tom moves on to 4. Isabel Tower taking strike now. Isabel will be vital in this game too, won't she, HA? Her leg spin bowling is going to be vital in this game in the second innings. She's bowled an impeccable length in. We come once more. That's pushed on the onside. No run. That's over. Well bowled again by Al Masira. 1 for 16 or 4, only 3 runs from that over. That's a gem of an over when you think there's not much in terms of overs to go. You'd expect a run rate per over up over 6 at this stage of proceedings, but no, very solid performance. And that's what we said, bowling to the new batsman. It takes them a while to get the pace of the wicket, and we're looking at about tail enders here now, guys. So not the batting prowess of a Siaka or Doriga. Nanda Kumar, 3 for 36 off 7. She'd want to add to that. She knows she's bowling to 2 new batsmen, not as accomplished as what she's been bowling to. A chance to build on those figures. loses a run up in that strong headwind again. Possibly that time the bail blew off. Umpire Peter Parker was talking about in the not too distant future that it'll be compulsory for umpires to wear a helmet and guard, chest guards and stuff. Been a few nasty accidents around the traps over the last couple of years, and that'll be one of the new innovations over the next few years for umpires to protect them. And he said one of the reasons is the quality of bats these days and the ball pouncing off those bats at a much greater rate. So, yeah, interesting. I know in the Big Bash in Australia already some of the umpires are wearing like face guarding masks like the baseball catchers have, the baseball refs as well. And she comes once more, that's the wide one outside off stump, and the front arm. Just about two there. Well run, excellent running. No stopping that. I just turned one into two, so well done. Now Tom moves on to 6 of 14. Isabel just there to back up with the running at this stage. 7 for 198 of 47.1. That impossible dream of 200 runs looks gettable now, but don't moz them, Mr. Healy. Don't make predictions. Here we come once more. Right arm. Okay, not much left arm in that delivery. Falls away dramatically at the bowling crease. That front on obviously adds to the in-swing bowling she's exhibited today. So, Nyandikuma, well done. You've done your country proud today. 3 for 38 of 7.2. Bowling at the death. Right arm over the wicket. It's a little bit slower through the air. Punched on the offside. Will they look for two? And they did. There was a slight fumble. And have they or haven't they? Looking at the umpire, oh well, this is, I've got to walk in and just fix those stumps up, but that's not out. Whew. I'm hot just watching this, mate. Tell you what, I've got to drink a few cordials tonight, I think, mate. Might get some fluids in. So we have got 200 runs. That's where the cheers coming from. H is cheering. The cameramen are cheering. Everyone's cheering there. That's a great score. I think that could be up there with some of our finest efforts. In once more comes the bowler, slashed outside off stump, and no connection there. 7 for 200 of 47.4, run rate 4.20. Overs 47.3. Been at the crease for 208 minutes. 2.2 overs remaining. 4 off the over so far, 2 deliveries to go. And she comes. Big windy wolf, and that's bowled her. That is out. And well deserved. She's kept the line, she kept the length, and if you've ever bowled into a breezer before like this, H, it's not easy going. So we have a wicket. Moves them on to 8 for 200. And new batsman coming to the crease. We'll just check that out. Gower it was. She takes a big windy wolf, and she's been hit on the off stump. No shame there, of course, for Gower. She's rushed off. New batsman in. Touch of the gloves. H is going to confirm this for me. Is that Lohia? Lohia? It is Lohia. Dika Lohia. I think I watched Dika bowl in the game against the Australian Indigenous team. Is that right, H? She bowled beautifully there. So hopefully she can replicate that for her team today. Another one of the young brigade. A lot of talent here in PNG, as there is in the UAE. Go back to that right arm over. Dika fancies herself as a bit of a bats person, doesn't she, hey? She likes to have a bit of a whack at the end there, so she hasn't got a lot of time to build an innings with only 13 deliveries to go. But I'm sure she's going to try and rotate the strike her and Isabella as best they possibly can. Tell you what, guys, we can hear a funny noise coming in through our doorway here. It's the wind, guys. So the flapping sheet. Once again, Nandakuma in, pushed on the onside, rushing through for 1 run. Nothing silly, says the fielding team. back to the bowler, 1 run. Congratulations to Nanda Kumar. Now it's 4 for 41 of 7.6 off 8 overs. In Duja, Mum and Dad will be proud today, guys. So have a look at your profile a bit later on. But 4 for 40 odd, that's a great effort. H has just gone outside to see if the cameraman's safe. We might have to harness her in, I think. Get a couple of seat belts from the cars and tie her onto that scaffolding, H, hey? Should have sit, I'm not going to say what happened this morning when they tried to set the camera up on the other scaffold. Oh my goodness me, H. I was ready to put a blindfold on and shut my eyes, hey? Talk about patient health and safety issues. Here we go. Al Masira in once more. Lawyer on strike. Tries to push that one on the onside. No luck. We did talk about getting to 210. Maybe that's a bridge too far, but a couple of lofty hits and you never know. Lawyer over the boat. She's got a big whack at that. Quite sure I lost it there, H. I couldn't see where the ball actually finished, so obviously not where I thought it was going to go. She obviously missed it. In she comes once more. Al Masira pushed around the corner. Chance for a leg side stumping, not on. Nice work. I think it is Emily Thomas. We're not quite sure if they've got a third wicket keeper, but from the team sheet we're given, we're back to Satish, is that correct? I didn't see her when she came back on, so it must have been a toilet break. Right, here we go. Once again. It is Satish, I can see her shirt now, so I thought she might have been going off to have a cool drink and a shower, but we know that's not allowed. She's obviously having a toilet break. Hope there's no injury there or anything, but she looks as sharp as ever. Down she goes. Gloves ready. Sweep shot on. Peel for a stumping there. Peel for a catch. Just all round generally appealing for everything there. I'm not quite sure what it might have been. Here we go once more. Having a look. Was it off the glove? Was it off the glove? She's gone for the stumping as well. It looks like the foot was jammed, but that could have been off the glove, I think, H. And you can see why umpire Ola wouldn't have paid that. He wouldn't have been able to see. That was really one where you needed the third umpire. Again, we've got another wicket falling there. So whatever happened there, it didn't really matter. Well done, Al Masira. You bowled well as well. That brings you up 3 for 16. And that's a wicket maiden over. Have a look once more. That time it's LBW appeal. The finger goes up. And I think that's probably fit and right. I think that ball before might have actually come off the glove. So Lower heads off to the rooms, and a wicket maiden there. So well done to the UAE. They've never given up the goat. They've fielded really well. They've bowled really well, and now they have 9 for 201 runs, which is gettable with their batting lineup. That they've got their classy batting lineup. 1 over to go. Tom on 0, and of course Isabel Towers yet to score as well. Isabel will be on strike, and the last over of the day will be bowled by the wicket taker Nanda Kumar, bowling from the Vicini end into the wind. And she comes. Tower. Will she push and run? What's the tactic? It's outside off stump. She's whacked that through the offside. That's a splendid shot, and that's gone for 4. All these tail enders fancy themselves as batters, don't they? Hey, so that is absolutely the ball you wanted to get. Short outside off stump. Sat up and said, "Hit me, please, anywhere you like," and that was hit to the boundary line for 4. Nandi Kumar, big job for the young lady having to bowl the last over of the innings. The team have their opposition at 9 for 205, and she was hoping to keep it really, really tight, but when you get hit for 4 off the first ball, it's add pressure to the rest of your over. It's about Tower on strike. We can see all 3 stumps. Again, she smacked that one on the offside, a bit of an edge. Easy peasy there. Don't do anything silly. 1 run every day of the week. Whew. Tower moves on to 5 from 4. We have now Tom on strike. I'm checking my Toms out. That's Maury Tom? Yep. I'm just looking at the wrong sheet. Look, because we do have Toms with Gala and Maury. Once again, outside off stump. Get some bat on ball. Get some bat on ball. That was a shot of an 11th batsman, H. She'd be saying this, just get bat on ball, push it and run. We did anticipate 210 runs. That's what we wanted. Can we get 4 more off the last 3 deliveries? Slower ball, pushed in the air, and they jog through for 1 as the ball goes backward a point for 1. So well done to Nandi Kumar once more. A bit of a ride out bowling. She slowed that one up. Could have gone anywhere. 5 past 1. We're actually going to see the whole innings out, guys. Fingers crossed. 50 overs. That's something we're aiming for early in the week, and something we predicted early in the week. If we could get a team to back through for 50 overs when the pitch dries out. In it comes once more Nandi Kumar. Bit of a windy wolf. Pushed the mid off. And they scamper through for 1 run. Slight misfield, but nothing too serious. 9 for 208. Can we get 210? Can we get our prediction, H? H is nodding. He reckons there'll be 2 off this last ball with Moira Tom on strike. Moira Tom on strike. She's given it the old heave-o. It's just gone trickling on the onside. They've gone for 1. Will they come back? They do. And are they successful? Is that run out? Let's have a look, H. I think that might have been run out, mate. Anyway, whichever way it goes, we've had a great fight back by the PNG Lowers today. 9 for 210 of the 50 overs. Tom not out 3. And the bowling figures are very impressive still. So you got 2 for 16. Gokali, none for 21 of her overs. Tower was not out 6. Run rate was 4.20, so they know what they've got to set for. 9 for 210. And boy, as Bill Laurie did say, we're going to have a game on our hands in the second innings. H, we've got a lot of cricket still here today. My driver said, "What time do you want me to pick you up?" We have a driver here that takes us to our housing and that. I said, "I don't know. I hope it's 6 o'clock." Why? Because we want this to go right down to the wire. Because I think great credit to our groundsman too. Vani's out there now with a broom, and they've got the roller coming out. But he said by Saturday or Sunday, this pitch will be a 200-run pitch, and it's turned out to be that way. He's proved himself right. And looking at the scorecard there, well done everyone. We'll be back soon. And let's have a break, H, because it's been pretty exciting. as umpire Kappa and Awala stroll out to the centre of the wicket. Well done, guys. It's been a hot few days for yourselves, and also Helen back in the rooms. Very hard job, and again, as we said at the start of this session, Peter Parker's still here promoting umpiring as a genuine career or hobby for anyone who'd like to come along to the club rooms and have a chat to Laconia or any of the other staff. I was discussing a lot of things. We said there's a lot of batting coming in this year. A lot of the other, even Japan, there are a lot of stress again in partnership with other things that you can get 100 on the up. One day, taken that or that was 30 over mark, but of course that keeps conditions are definitely suiting the captain now. I had a look at this once again during the lunch break, and thank you, Margaret, for the lovely lunch. I had a chat with Margaret yesterday and lovely one this on Sunday, with the run piece machine. So the run guys that want to go in there, get their eye in and then play out the overs. 211 runs to win. That's going to be there's still a bit of swing out there in the initial overs. Some of the bowlers can't do it, and she was still seeing the ball at the 50 over mark. So if you put it up there, pick up and get the ball, there's still a little bit of movement. Let's go to the spin bowlers. We saw a bit of spin today again. Not as prodigious as the other day, but the projected was that really good stuff like putting the bars onto the stumps. Just checking, she's handed her hat over. She's going to be bowling into the wind. And she's going to be bowling to the right hand to, I think, the taller lady. I think that's Uza. It is Uza out there again. So right arm over to the right hander. As Uza takes strike, Satish down the non-striking end. And this is the partnership that PNG would have spoken about, the one that they really want to break earlier on. Can Hanau find her length? Can she get that prodigious spin that we saw last Friday? A lot of questions being asked, H, and we'll find out within the next 2 hours with whether that will eventuate. In she comes, right arm into the wind, dips, and pretty much a straight arm ball, but one run to get the ball ticking over for the UAE team. Tish on strike now, left hand right arm combination. But if we'll just check, because I think she's gone for a 4-6 field in this grade, the left hander. So 4 on the onside, 6 on the offside. We've got a slip, a short cover, a mid on, a point, a forward point, or an extra cover, and we're checking out where that other fieldsman is right now. Can't quite see. We'll sort that out. Just bowling right arm around the wicket, trying to pitch and straighten up to the keeper's glove. That one slightly on the leg side and light around the onside. The fine leg, that's the fine leg, actually. The fine leg, and there's the short fine leg. 2 runs off that. So now there's a bit of a perfectionist. It's not easy bowling to this swing, so you want to get your radar right very quickly and try and restrict this run rate. You want them to get off to a side, and you know what damage these 2 batsmen can do. These 2 batters can really turn it around very quickly. Six on the on, 5 on the on, 5 on the off, sorry, and missed our wicket keeper there. On the out. Ended up with a big shellac on the onside. And 4 runs. Kesha Uza, she's seen the writing on the wall here. She said, if we're going to attack this score, we're going to make hay while the sun shines. And we're talking about there while the field is up and you've only got 2 players outside the circle, here's a chance for us to really put some run rate on that one. Only slightly short. Here comes one through the ball. Mid-on position, no run. User on it's hard to get an LBW right. So that's over. Not the start that Hannah would have liked. It's going to take her another 2 to get a line length. And at the moment, nothing right off 1. If we maintain that for a few overs, it'll be a real game in our hands, H. As we said, they would be desperate to get one of these 2 out. Tom opening the bowling this time, is that correct? Yes it is, 33. Bowling with that crisp breeze behind her. And bowling to the right-hander, Kesha Uza. She's already 6 of 3 delivery. Now would have been got to be on that. I cannot afford to get under the page of the batter. Into time, do outside the outside, pitch on the outside, and brilliantly fielded. That's good, the one, but that stopped forward into the field. So go back to the new position for the left hand of the pitch. Pushed onto the offside. No run. Pick this outside edge down to a deep 3rd man, and once again the batsmen get through easily for 1. Ball onto the pads of Uza there, no run. Brenda Tao decides to go the conservative approach and put another player on the onside, which is wise. So we've got a backward square leg now in Conio and a deep, wide, fine leg or backward square on the bench. Usa takes that one on. Drives it viciously. Gower gets a hand of that one. Let's have a look at that again. She's given that the old head, no hope. Maybe into the ground first, eh? Maybe a sort of half chance, H. It's hard to see when the bat it looked like hitting the ground, but the way Gower acted there, and she comes once more, again pushed up into the air, and a one run there at least. They look for two, but it's never going to be there. So that's the over bowl. Score check is none for 12 of 2. Tom 3 runs off her over, and the score rate now is 4.15, and that's the score rate they're going to have to maintain for 50 overs if they wish to be in front at the end of this. Thomas will bowl her second over. None for 9 off the first, which puts the pressure on her, but I'm sure she's experienced enough to now she can bounce back from this, and one wicket will make a big difference to her confidence if she can get it. She's gone right arm over the wicket to the right hander. The angular figure of Esha Oza. The angular figure of NL Thomas. She pushes that one or glides that down delightfully just past where second slip would be, and that's only the one run. Again, now we have the rotation of the field. Henao will come around the wicket. Henao Thomas will come around the wicket to the left-hander. Satish meticulous in the way she takes strike every single ball. Thomas will be aiming to get this just on off stump, spinning away slightly outside. Down she goes. No run. The other aspect we talked about this morning was the fact that the lowers didn't really field as well as they normally do on Friday, and I'm sure that's been mentioned to them over the last couple of days. I've floated up a bit more. Thomas has no chance of getting that. It goes slowly down to mid-off, mid-on, another run. Right-hander on strike. H is writing me a message there. It's a squeaky noise. I think there's a bird on the roof, H. The squeaky noise comes from the whiteboards when he's sending me a message. In comes Thomas, floats that one up. 2 deliveries to go. Thomas looking like she's found her range now. Very annoying when you have the left-hand, right-hand combination. They're pushing singles and you have to change line and length, and whether you're over or around the wicket. In she comes once more, outside off stump, pushes that one a bit wider this time to just backward point and no run. No place for birds out there today. H, it's too windy. Tension in the box. Tension in the room. If you hold it, big appeal, and that's out. That is out. That is out, and I know Esha knew she was out. She was sort of nearly marching before it happened, but that was a direct hit. The only way that was going to be out is with a direct hit, and it was. Now we're just going to check the replay. We couldn't see who actually threw that ball in. Who's getting the pats on the back? It's not Gower, is it? And they'd be the end of it if Gower got that one. Should be taking like that. Have a look. Punched out to the offside, picked up, capped, thrown. Dorigo? Not quite sure. H knows. I think it was Muria. Gower Tom. Oh my goodness, no. That went so quickly, it didn't even have a chance to get in, get the umpire to get in position for this. Running, running, running. Oh, she had her bat up in the air. She had her bat up in the air. She will be fuming with herself. The bat was not grounded. And she will know, I know she's been out in the field for a long time, Asha, she'll know she's made a big mistake there by not being desperate enough to get that back grounded. So Gower's gone from throwing the stumps down to being the bowler now. Maybe her tail's up as well. And for 3 off her first over, very disciplined outside the off stump. We've got a 4-6 field now. And here we go. Right arm over the wicket. Outside off stump, a little bit of movement away, but nothing significant compared to the UAE girls. And Gower's going to be a picture of consistency here with her line and length. I'm sure she's been told to get it outside off stump, and if they want to play on the onside, make them take the risk, especially if the ball dipping around a little bit. In comes Tom once more. Off stump, outside off stump, no run. Mahesh and Satish into now, both very accomplished bat people, so they'll be trying to build a partnership now. But at 1 for 14 of 3.2, it's a chance for PNG to make a couple of inroads here into the new batters. Mahesh on strike. Pushed off the back foot delightfully so, down behind the ball, and no, only the 1 run. We could have success at this point. If he could be a problem, I do, and straight away, just take the decision. So far, with the 6 on the offside, Gower Tom is bowling beautifully to that plan. That one slightly under the pads, whipped away on the onside, but beautifully fielded again. Chance for run out? Question is asked, the answer's given, not out. Boy, I tell you what, the one word we're looking at now is sharp. They're sharp in the field compared to what they were on Friday, H. They can smell blood on this occasion. I think if they can get one more wicket, if they can get Satish out, they have a chance of bringing this to a 2-all series, and that would be a great comeback from a team that were bowled out in the 30s on Friday. And they do have a saying about the PNG lowers that if they do lose a game, they always bounce back. It's not a bad motto to go by, is it, hey? you do have a loss, you get put it behind you. You don't dwell on it. Dwelling is a big problem in sport, isn't it? Eh? Don't dwell on it. Now Thomas hasn't dwelled on that first over of hers. She bounced back pretty well on the second over, and I can see her tightening the screws here as well. She's going to be bowling to Mahesh, the new batter, and this opens up a chance for Hinau herself to strike. It's a floaty one that's pushed on the offside, and there's a chance for there's an easy run there. Just I said, people always say that's a misfield, but I see that as a bonus that he's actually stopped maybe 2 or 3. Especially on a hard surface, when you jump on the ground here, guys, you come up with scars. You really do. It's a very abrasive surface. Thomas, right arm around the wicket to the left-hander. Satish floats that one up. That's scooped up slightly in the air, but an easy run, maybe 2. Yeah, they're going back for 2 quite easily there. 2 runs to Satish. A bread and butter shot for her. Thomas is saying to herself, off stump, off stump, off stump. Bowl to the keeper's gloves. Make a hit on the offside. In comes Thomas once more. That's the spot. This time it's uppishly on the onside, offside, and push through to point, no run. Haven't seen prodigious spin from Hinau to this stage of proceedings. Let's see what we can get out of this one. Around the wicket. That's the floaty one, pushed well up. Punched to the short cover position. No run. So UAE viewers, Hinau's actually gone and played some cricket in Australia. Slashed outside the off stump this time, straight to point, no run. Straight back to keeper. Brenda Tower says, please keep it up, please keep it up. I can't bend over all day like I've been doing. Keep it up. That maybe work. That's a quicker ball, slashed on the offside again, and fielded beautifully in the covers, no run. So 1 for 18 off 5 overs. We're looking at the comparative run rate on the Manhattans here, and as you can see, after the 25 over mark, when that partnership of 119 runs between Diego and Siaka was had, there was a consistent amount of maybe 4 or 5 runs per over for many overs. So as Brenda brings the helmet down to behind her, she now wipes the brow with her glove, and Gower Tom on none for 4 from 2 to resume proceedings from the Bassini end. The Manu end, in she comes. That one slightly under the big appeal for LBW, and that's out. I think that hit the back leg, and we'll have to have another look at it, but umpire Waller had a good look at that one, and there was a pleading look from the batter Mahesh, but again she's gone LBW to Tom, and she has to stroll back and regroup as she goes back, having a think about her position. She did shuffle across the crease late, and she's very disappointed with that. Tom, in she comes. I think it hit the back leg, is that correct, Hates? It looked like that, so umpire Owala's given that one out. And the new batsman in. Sorry guys, we're just having a look. We have Udini coming into bat now, Uduna, and yes, it was a close one. The left-hander's in, which is probably what they wanted. So Udini's into bat. She's facing Tom, who's going to continue to bowl right arm over the wicket to the left-hander on this occasion, angling the ball across. 2 for 18. No panic station yet, figuratively, but Satish is a key factor for this game now. We'll just stomp it into the cover. Tom. Wicket maiden so far with only 4 balls there. In she comes, bowls once more. That one's down the leg side, a big appeal. Must have been a one Pyro while it just touched the old arthritic hip and said no way, that's once come off the hip. Well taken by him. Taking the pad, taking just the pad down the leg side, and you're very wishful thinking on that occasion. She comes right arm around the wicket, over the wicket, going on the back foot this time and punch to third man for 1. A lot of Wheaties in that arm there. Who threw that? Boy, big arm. For the wind. Poor old Brenda's, he's saying they throw it low, they throw it high, just from give us a break. A bruise of 20 centimetres in diameter across my chest at the moment. Give me a break. In comes Tom. Right arm over onto the stumps on that occasion, pushed on the onside and smothered and stopped the mid-wicket area. Mid-on running round towards mid-wicket. 2 for 20 or 5.5, 1 ball to go on the over, and on strike we have that one. Full toss. I'm lucky to get away with that one. She tried the slower ball there, I think, or Yorker, and really did over pitch and was lucky to get away on the offside there. Just check our ball tally in this one, H, when we get the screen back up, mate, if you wouldn't mind. In comes Tom, right arm over the wicket. Swing at that one, through to the keeper, and that's called over. Maybe my counting wasn't the best there, H, but I thought that was 7 ball over. Let's have a check. No. There's our wagon wheel. I've got it. I think we missed with it, mate. Sorry about that. H just pulled up 5 fingers and said, yeah, that's 5 mistakes for the day. He said, you're going for double figures, aren't you, hey? Thomas not for 14. She needs to bring this back. She's got the wicket. She'd really love to take that of Satish if he gets a chance. Repeat, wouldn't Satish and Raja Durai make a wonderful test opening pair? In comes Thomas. Bit of movement there. That one's uppish back to the bowler. There's no silly mid-ons in this form of the cricket very often, so no chance of a catch. In comes Thomas once more to bowl. Right arm around the wicket, floats that one up. It's a push down to deep mid on and through for 1 run. Takes strike, takes leg, and settles over the bat. Gower comes in, floats that one on the off stump, beautifully bowled on the off stump. Expertly taken by keeper Brenda Tao. Hope she's feeling well. I'll have to chat to her after the game and just find out how stressful it must have been for both her and the family on Friday when we weren't sure what was happening. So rest assured Brenda's fit and well, just a little bit battered and bruised, and in comes Thomas to bowl. Right arm around the wicket, floats that one outside the off stump, punch the offside, straight to backward point, no run. Thomas continually dusting her hands into the turf, making sure her grip's just right. Young bowler, great potential, great variety. Right arm around the wicket to the left-hander, Udini. Udini reaches for that one slightly and stopped at cover. Bit of a ricochet and through for 1. Lots of pats on the back there though, because I know if that gets through, it's no stopping it here at the Amini Park today. There's been a plethora of 4s hit today compared to the other games, and it's because the outfield is so quick, H, isn't it, hey? So quick. In comes Thomas around the wicket, floats that outside the off stump of Satish. Satish pushes it into the short cover and no run. Thomas takes a hat, her baggy yellow. Dini not out on 2 of 8 deliveries, and Satish the mainstay 9 off 18. And the amazing thing you saw from Siaka's innings today too, H, was the fact she was batting at a run a ball, and that hasn't been seen much in this series so far, apart from Conio, who runs at about a run and a half per ball when she gets going, but just shows you it was a masterful innings. I know on Friday she was so disappointed being run out, and yeah, she made up for it today, that's for sure. Tom, 1 for 7 off 3. Udini on strike. The left-hander, Tom comes in, needs to angle this across. That one's onto the stumps a bit more, pushed on the onside, and they jog through for 1. Let's put Satish on strike. And Satish was run out on Friday and was most disappointed with that, so she's got a very determined look on her face and a very determined demeanour in the way she's batting at the moment. She wants to be there at the end of the 50 overs. In comes Tom. That one's played with a beautiful straight bat. Textbook bat there, H. You can make a video of that shot and just say this is how you do it. I think that's a song. H has got up to dance. I think this is how you do it. Is that Akron, is it? Akron was here not so long ago. H got somebody, did he sing that song? Oh goodness me, here we come. That one's full pitch outside the off stump, punch down to mid off, no run. Theatre Satish is a little bit disappointed there. She said, oh, she should have timed that one through a gap and got 2 or 3, but tried to overhit it. In comes Tom once more, right arm over the wicket, cramps her up to a certain degree, pushed to mid on, no run. Mid wicket and no run. Yeah, 1 run off this over so far. She needs a good finish to this over. Keep the pressure onto Satish. Satish gets onto the front foot for that one again, pushes it back down to the bowler. Similar statistics for when PNG were batting. There was no panic in their innings, and they built as the innings went on. I'm sure that the UAE captain Esha Uz has talked about building the innings as we go and making partnerships the objective. And that's what they're doing at the moment. In comes Tom, right arm over. That one's punched down the ground. It's in the air and it's dropped. It's dropped. Plenty of encouragement there, but that's okay. In some ways it was a shot of desperation there, and unfortunately a simple chance has gone down, but let's have a look once more. Satish has moved down the wicket to that one. She's tried to power it back past the bowler's head, and it's just looped up in the air, and she's just taken a little bit too high, I think. We'll just keep that one quiet. Well, the truth is, that's the one you didn't want dropped though, isn't it? No, for Satish, she deserved a bit of luck, I suppose. She's batted superbly, and she hasn't really played a loose shot the whole series, so it was very out of character for her, especially hitting into the wicket it is hitting. So maybe she needs to pick off someone else. Satish is facing again. Thomas throws that one leg side. The umpires step back and rightfully so. Umpire Kappa still wobbling around there. I reckon that left knee's a ball, H. Satish takes block once more. In comes Thomas, pushes forward. That's more like the Satish we know. And what she saw in the last over, the fact that both the mid-on and mid-off were up inside the circle, and she comes once more. Shantane pushed down for the single. 1 run. Thomas Thomas has wheeled this back quite nicely now. She's in control of the game now. Still doing a good thing. She comes going, loops the ball punched into the cover region. No run. Still 3 minutes going. First delivery. Thomas in. The floater. The push. The no run. And in comes Conno at that backward point position that she owns herself. We don't know H and that. They actually think she's what we do. She's an icon here. A bit short, a bit quicker. Rua wouldn't be happy with that, would he? Rua's been a very hard taskmaster with the wides when he was here. So what don't have him up. In comes well, this one's right on the sides. Push the covers, and that's what he now's got to remember. These stop balls are nearly as valuable in wickets in sometimes. Back up in. Because I know Tom looks quite dangerous at this stage. Here comes Thomas once more and fielded. Bit of disappointment still with that catch out there. Regroup. Partnership show so far 10 runs. And it's building. Brenda Tao brings the helmet back to behind the bowler, behind the keeper. We saw yesterday that I think the ball got through Elise Healy in a game yesterday. The keeper was bowled and it rolled onto the helmet and cost 5 runs. So I'm not quite sure of the rules of cricket. It's one of the more remote rules. If it does go past the keeper, hits the helmet, it's 4 runs. Much to Alyssa Healy's disgust. In comes Tom right arm and angles that one across and gets a thick inside edge, the old French cut, that one H, and it's down to the fence and it's 4 runs. So Satish looking a little bit streaky there after a drop chance. She's had a bit of luck. So there we go, inside edge down to fine leg, 4 runs, no chop stopping that. Tish pitches up the bails. That's a job for the umpire. Very wise moves to Yatra. And she'll get frustrated by him to put bails on with the batting gloves on. Get over there, Mr. Cupper, get over there. Tom, right arm over the wicket, angling across the left-hander. Back to the bowler, no run. Satish would be thanking her lucky stars. Could have been bowled on the full spool of this over and dropped the one prior to that, so she just needs to regroup. She needs an experienced person in her ears right now just saying, just relax, just relax. Many of overs to go. In comes Tom. And the wild kick start pushed to mid to the covers. No run. Lady's only 20 years of age, she's keeping out of 50. I think she has to have the job of opening the batting. That is showing think. Gives field side a lot to think about when you see a cover drive like that. Where are we going to pitch? There's our respective worms at this stage. So run rate's not a problem, but having the 2 wickets down for 37 is. Run rate of 3.7, and we have the Wiley, I think is that Tom coming on to bowl, is that right, Age? It's Siaka, sorry, I apologise, mate. H just said, go and have a look at the stream, Tony. Just be patient, you can't punch it in cricketer. Now we know what this lady delivers. Apart with a bat, she bowls those what we call forest gumpers, a box of chocolates of about 25 different varieties. So that ball you think you can whack back past the head suddenly drops on you, and into this wind anything could happen. In she comes. A little bit short there, getting those muscles warmed up again after a bit of a break of batting for 119 runs. She'll be as stiff and sore as a board tonight, I reckon, H. She'll be sore. She'll deserve a well-earned cup of tea and biscuits tonight. In she comes once more to the left hand of Satish. Satish pushes or punches that one into the onside easy run. Houdini on strike, very classy looking batsperson as well. And she comes. It's onto the stumps, pushed on the offside, no run. Okay, he's started off as she finished on Friday, very tight. That one's slightly slow. Up in the air! Oh my goodness me. Brenda's decided to come up to the stump. She's put the helmet on, and that's the reason why. Not much idea with that. In comes Siaka. Again, that one's pushed onto the off stump and pushed out to the offside, no run. Tower being up to the stumps makes sure that Houdini has to keep that back foot planted, keeps her honest. In she comes, right arm over and pushed down on the onside, no run. That's the over. Only one run off the over. 2 for 82 off 11. Houdini on 7, and here comes our Manhattan. Not a whole great deal of difference there. Comparative scores would be interesting. So 2 for 82 off 11, still anyone's game. Gower Tom taken off for a rest, and we have the leg spin off. H is going to go and say, wait for it, be patient. Isabel Tao's going to come into bowl. She's been a revelation in this series so far. Another Shane Warne play. And this will be a pivotal part of the game too, bowling to Satish. On 17 from 31, Tower can land it on a 50% push to the target slightly. Truly over now, and you look at a girl called like Isabel. Once again, this one's slightly on the leg side and rightfully called a wide by the veteran umpire Lakani Awala. Here comes Tower. Pushed onto the stumps again, diving but no stopping that one. That's 4 runs, a delightful shot. if they are the winners. Then you can get the bet from Siaka. I'll take Siaka. Bag of 60 Aussies. H is doing funny things with the sound system here, and she comes one toward a bowl. It's the one that could be the court and bowl delivery. It's one of my favourites. Floats up. Siaka, right arm over the wicket. Richie pushes at that one. Just backward a point, no run. Siaka in. Again, just pushing forward, pushes it to that cover, short cover position, no run. This is what they call about the pressure cooker of one-day cricket, isn't it, H? You can get some dot balls the first 4 of the over, then it puts pressure on the batter to try and rotate that strike around. In comes Siaka, and it's pushed out onto the offside, and they don't get a run there. I think she pushed it too firmly, then the last thing they want is a run out, hey? But Rajit looking good, looking comfortable, looking like she's there for the long haul. And in comes Siaka. Slightly short. Push back. No hassle from the bat, no hassle from the bowler. No run, and that's a maiden over. Score check 3 for 46 off the 15 over mark. Siaka 3 overs, 1 maiden. And pushing now, we haven't got a run for this partnership just yet. Rajit's just finding her way, Udini's also finding her way, and they hopefully will build a partnership for the UAE over the next spin. Is it working? Tower having a little bit of a boundary, and for UAE's sake, we hope that she can build an innings with Rajit and give each of these two young batters a chance to feel what it's like to be in the centre for a long period of time. Target's 211, we've got 4 for 49, all is not lost. We only have to go back to 2.5 hours ago when we thought all was lost, and one partnership of 119 runs changed that all around. But tell you what, it's not going to be hard to pick person of the match or player of the match at this stage of proceedings. Siaka 1 for 3 of 3.4 with 2 balls to go to the new batter. Lavanya Kinney's facing up. That one's the one floated up on the outside and pushed confidently into the offside, no run. Whew. Got excited there, I tell you what, I said that if they get one more here, you know, they can really open things up between the 15 and the 25 over mark. Maybe get another couple of wickets. That one's floated up. That's called her unusual leggy offie. What, I'm not sure what you call that one. That one sort of come out the back of the hand. Is there anything this lady cannot do? Steady fall of wickets, 4 now. You can see that the runs are dried up to a certain degree as well, which is I'm sure what the fielder out there would have been talking about. The captain would have said, let's keep it tight and the wickets will come. Tower 1 for 9 off 3. Who's the new bowler? 4 for 49. Kenny on 0. Rajit is on 3 from 13. Run rate required now getting up towards 5, which makes it pretty tough. But we know there is some power hitting this side to come. Rajit faces up. Isabel Tower floats that one up. Pushed a little bit of leg spin in that one. Pushed at it did Rajit, but no edge. And once again, Brenda clapping, talking, moving the fielder, keeping them on their toes. And once more, Tower floats that one up. That's the leg break. Well watched by Rajit. No run. Tower in. A quicker one. Pushed down to mid off. Diving desperately to try and save that run. I don't think it was really necessary, but that's what bowlers are about. They hate being scored off. And they hate the strike rotating. So 2 right-handers out there, if my calculations are right. In she comes once more. Tower pushed out to the offside once more. No run. Tower, right arm over the wicket, floats that one up, pushed on the offside, smothered out there in the cover. There's no way that's getting through, H. No way, no. No run. 1 ball to go. Can she make it a maiden and build that pressure once more? It's all about building the pressure. In she comes. Pushes that one through. That's a leap break. That's called a wide. And I think when Isabel looked round and had a look at the umpire, she said, please don't. But the umpire said, I am. And that's what he did. Last ball, hopefully for Isabel's sake of the over. That one's pushed through a little bit quicker. A bit of loop. Beautifully bowled, Isabel. That's something you can be really proud of. Another over with only 1 run off it. And that builds the pressure. 4 for 50. So the 50 comes up for the UAE. 18 overs down. And the worm is starting to turn downwards for them. And look at the respective amount of wickets, but we did lose 2 on around about the 17th over, so it's still anyone's game. It just needs one partnership to build, and we've seen that already today. So Lavanya Kinney, this is your chance. Once again, the veteran Palko Siaka up in the block. I'll push back. Siaka, slightly short, going for the cut shot, no luck. H and I are going to go out and face Siaka one day in the nets and just see what she does bring, because I reckon it'd be interesting. And like that one, you thought, oh, I could just cut that through, you know, point area. But it's definitely this. That's an LBW appeal. He's thinking about it, and he says no. He's gone for height, I think. He just tapped the hip there. Whether that means height or down the leg side, I'm not quite sure. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, height. Definitely height. And that's a great decision from umpire Kappa. I think that was going over leg stump. So initially, here we come once more, sorry. Pushed out on the offside. That looked pretty adjacent to me, H, but that was an excellent decision. Even though Lavanya's not particularly tall, that one was bouncing over the middle of the leg stump easily, and she comes once more. Push back to the bowler. Yeah, H, that's one of our plans, mate. We're going to bring a few balls to the cricket, to the nets, and say, come on, Siaka, see if you can get us out, eh? Have a go. She'd probably get us out every second delivery, I reckon. But she comes once more. That one's popped back, and not quite there. I don't think Siaka's got it in her to run forward and dive for a caught and bowled at this stage. She must be feeling it, but yeah, she's saying, oh, just, if only I was 10 years younger. If only that had come through a little bit further with the bat, it would have gone straight back to me and I wouldn't have had to run forward and dive for it. So run rate required is now over 5 runs, 5.19. Current run rate's 2.63, but that can change quickly. Rajit on 3. And Kenny yet to get off the mark. So they're building up the pressure on Lavanya. She's been there for 8 deliveries, no run. In comes Tower. Pushed down on the onside, down to fine leg. And that's raced down there for 4 runs. Isabella be disappointed with that straying onto the leg stump. You can see her slapping her hip there and saying, no, you know where to bowl. You do this 100 times at training a day, that's down the out. So Rajit would be happy to get the board ticking over again. She's on 3. Now up to 7. Here comes Tower. Pushes through quicker. It holds up a little bit on the pitch. And dot ball. Our UAE friends fly back tomorrow, I think. I'll have to check out whether they're going via Brisbane or how they're getting home. She comes again. Hopefully they have a nice dinner at the hotel they're staying at, the Hilton, and can really celebrate whichever way this game goes. They've been marvellous this week. They've been entertaining, skillful, and a pleasure to have in the country. So that one's puts a backward square leg. And, easily fielded there by the backward square leg fieldsman, which I think was Konya on that occasion. Rashid on 7 of 23, a patient build up to her innings. She would know this is her chance. In comes Tower. Push down to the cover region, no run. Tower 1 for 14. Her last ball of the over, she wants it to be a good one. And it is pushed out onto the cover region and fielded by the bowler. No run, 4 off. Score check 4 for 54 of 20. Kenny yet to get off the mark. And Rajit building nicely there for what she hopes to be is a stellar innings to see off the next 20 odd overs. 30 overs remaining. So they've got a great opportunity to build a big innings each year, guys, so don't throw it away. Siaka into Kenny. Kenny pushes that one back to the bowler. and they're slightly on the onside, and they'll push for an easy single, and that's all they'll get. So that puts Rajid on strike. Siaka, 5.1 overs. Will she earn a rest after this one? In she comes, looped up, pushed on the onside, out to the mid-wicket region, mid-on region for one run. Sort of a wide mid-on for one run. Both batters looking a little bit more comfortable now that they've been in there for a few overs. 9 deliveries for Kenny. Lavania faces up. That one's pushed on the onside again, using a very wristy approach. Straight along the ground to the fieldsman at mid-wicket. No run. Siaka, 1 for 5 of 5.3. Comes into bowl. Floats that one up, push back to mid-on. And again, an easy run to the deep mid-on. That looks like Henao Thomas down there flicking the ball back and getting there. Siaka in. Economical run. Slightly short outside the off stump, pushed to point and no run. Siaka into Rajid. That's the slower one, the one that loops up, but again the batsmen are looking far more comfortable now. Again, a very wristy player pushes it down to mid-on for one. That's over. Only 3 runs off that. 4 runs off that PR. Siaka now 1 for 7. 4 for 58. And there's our batting partnership. This one building nicely to 9 runs for around about 26 deliveries. So they understand that this is the most important partnership of the day now as far as the UAE concerned. And they'll be saying things like, let's get to the 30 over mark and be around about 100 runs. Let's do this. Be setting little goals for each other. Let's rotate the strike, which we're doing pretty well at the moment. The wristy bowler to the wristy batter. That one's a poor delivery outside the off stump and punch for a single. Lucky to get away with that one was Isabel. But, as with Cote, she's bowled very few poor deliveries. Kenny takes strike, taking 2 centres in my opinion, but H might disagree with me. I think she might be taking leg and centre. I can be close to the stumps there. Isabel Towell comes into bowl, slightly short again, punched out to the offside, no run. There's been an interesting array of cricket bats out there, H, hasn't there? You know, when I was playing, you had the Duncan Fernley in the Kookaburra and S. Stewart Surridge and Slazenger. Now a whole lot of brands coming out of India and Pakistan, Middle East. And all magnificent bits of willow, H. When a bat used to cost $50 and it'll be a goodie. Now you're looking at $1,000 for an elite bat. In she comes once more. Punch down on the offside. Slazenger were big when we were young. And then they brought the Stewart Surridge Jumbo in. Rushed forward. And that has knocked the stumps over. That has knocked the stumps over, H. That is bowled. And Kenny slightly stuck in no man's land there. And of course the quicker ball came on with the arm. And we're now on 5 for 59. Very disappointed Lavanya Kenny, but she was looking comfortable, mate. She really did. If you can say you've had a nice knock of 2 runs, you can say that about her. But unfortunately, she copped a good one there from a very wily bowler. Now here's Dani Darko. I was chatting to her about her batting, and she's very, what's the word? Very bullish about the way her batting's improving. typical bowler, isn't it, H? You know, they always think they can bat a fair bit, but she obviously has a splendid career, not only as a bowler, but as an all-rounder. So here's her chance. They're on 5 for 59, and she knows, looking at what the number of overs bowled is, she's got a chance to build a big innings on this occasion. So no rush, nothing silly. 18 years of age. Let's make a name for yourself, not only as a bowler but as a batter. H is making funny noises over here, so I'm not quite sure what's happening with the laptop. A very amusing few days. Delicious lunch today. It's a roast chicken and rice and veggies. Big debate is, here she comes, full pitch. Punch back down to the bowler. That one was looped right up. End of the over, a wicket, only 1 run off. 5 for 59 off 22. Run rate's now dropped to 2.68. Brigitte still there, and while she's still there with Dani Darker, we've got a big chance. Moira is anxious for some runs, she told me yesterday, so maybe this is a chance that she's been looking for. When opportunity knocks, make the most of it, H. And H's favourite bowler's coming into bowl once more. Konio's in. Konio Awala. Don't be fooled. She's got a lot of different strings to her bow, I reckon, H, with the off breaks that she bowls. Very popular cricketer here in PNG is Onia Awala. No relation to the umpire, and she comes right arm over, off breaks, lands it just outside off stump and punches through the covers for 1 run, and well fielded down there at deep extra cover. Awala loosening up, getting those shoulders moving. Should be looking for that line outside off stump. Bit of spin in, but not giving anything, no free hits, nothing short that the batsman can get under, nothing over pitch that can drive through the covers. In she comes. That one's over pitch slower, just looped up there. But Dani Darker's having a good look at it at this stage. She's not going to play anything silly until she gets her eye and a feel for the pitch. In comes Awala. It's floated up again, pushed onto the offside, to the cover position. No run. Only 1 run so far. In comes Awala, Cornea. Again outside the off stump, she gets down to that one. Chance for a run out here. Oh! Excuse me, H. Not out. She said, I think he's saying don't run on the wicket. Not out. Definitive not out. So have a look at this, H. So it's smack down. Cornea gets a hand to it. The ricochet goes. The throw comes in. Oh, H and I are going, oh. But a very hard decision because umpire Kappa wasn't quite in the right position to see that one. He's doing a lot of pointing and talking out there. He's now handing something over to someone. I hope it's not a bag of lollies or anything, is it? Not sure what he's handing over. Was it the stump broken or the bail broken, I think, maybe? Who was the fielder there, H? Can you pick out the person here at deep mid off? Dika Loya. Brilliant bit of fielding there. Absolutely brilliant. And she comes slightly short at that time, pushed through a bit quicker. Congratulations, Dicky. Get yourself into the game by a brilliant bit of fielding like that. And honestly, Dika, you were very unlucky there. And that's what we said, H. Things even out over a game, over a series, don't they, mate? Hey, in comes. That's a floater. Oh, that's just got a thick outside edge. It's not really racing away, but they're going to get an easy 2 runs on that occasion. So, yeah, it's funny how one decision might go against you, but then you get a series of decisions that go for you. So, that was close. Steamboat put the finger up for that one. he triggered that one out, he did, but as we see, guys, we'll move past that now. The run rate now up to 2.75, a run rate required of 5.48, 5 for 65 of 23. The PNG Lauer's on top, but she's not singing yet, H. She's certainly not singing. Lots of overs to go. H is disappearing. I'm going to be very lonely here. We got Q has entered the room. She's doing Q stuff. Hey, what's H doing? This can't happen. Did I get permission? Did you get permission for this? Welcome, Kanaki. She's learning the skills from the greatest tradesmen going around. He's now called Mentor Man. He's mentoring his new assistant here in the box. Coming to bowl, Isabel Tower. Cut pinch right up into the block hole and playing a miss from Dani Darker. Isabel, 6.1 overs, 2 for 15. She's got a tail up, not only with the wind behind her, but she realises now one more wicket, the cat will be amongst the tail. Hope Q's more talkative than H. Have you got a nickname, Q, apart from Q? I'll call you Steamboat. Here comes Isabel once more. Pour right on that off stump. A bit more spring in the legs at the moment, hey? Really pushing through, bowling probably 5 or 6 kilometres quicker than she did at the start of the innings, but that wind is a real assistance wind here at the moment. If it was a 100-metre sprint, it wouldn't be legal, that's for sure. Would not be legal with that wind advantage at your back. In she comes, right arm over the wicket. It's Dorigo. No wonder I was confused. Pushed on the onside, and that's going to trickle out to backward square leg for 4 runs. I apologise, guys, we couldn't see the number on the back, and it didn't look like Isabel Tower. It's our all-rounder, Holland Dorigo. The Palke Siaka look-alike, especially when they're batting. So my apologies there, guys. It's a new bowler. And that's a glorious shot off the hip from Rajit. Very risky shot through the mid-wicket region, 4 runs. Doriga needs to get back on line, get that off-stump line going. In she comes, right arm over the wicket. Push through the covers this time. And a glorious shot. So we've heard a lot about Rajit and Dani Darker, so the two of them can really put something together here, both with a great opportunity of building a partnership. Dani Darker on strike. New bowler Doriga in, right arm over the wicket. That one's well pitched up and a thick outside edge down the third man. And the fielder can't quite get to that one. That's 4 runs. Renda we saying keep it tight in the field, girls. Come on, no easy runs. Dani Darker moves on to 9. Rajit. Now the backbone of this innings. That is a streaky shot though. The girls were nearly coming up for an appeal there, but it didn't happen. Dorigo, none for 8 off her first over with one delivery to come. Right arm over the wicket. That one's pushed on the onside. Very positive running, 1 run, always 1 run there if you hit it slowly enough. And that is the over. 9 runs off Dorigo's first over. The run rate now up to 2.98, up to 3 now, and 5 for 72 of 24 overs. So a very positive approach by Dani Darker, and Rajit has lifted the worm once again. Darker, the shorter of the two batsmen out there. Like the great Sri Lankan bowler Malinga, she's got a big career ahead of her, this young lady. Delightful person having a chat to her the other day, but she's got the wily Owala out there bowling to a right arm over the wicket. The bird flies across, slightly short, and tugged away onto the mid-on region for one, deep mid-on region for one easy run. That brings Dundee Darker up to 11, Rajit on strike on 13, and the run rate continues to climb. Conio flicks the ball from hand to hand, in she comes. That's the floater outside off stump. A big appeal for caught behind, and she's been given out, and I think we saw a bit of a dance there. Did you see that? Q saw it. Conio has just done the disco. That's what they're going to call a disco Owala from now on. That is a ripper. The one that floats up, tempts the strike, and you could see by the look on the batsman's face and the dance on Onia's own bit of turf there that was definitely out. So that's the one they wanted. Rajit looked like she was going to be the backbone of this innings, and that brings it now back into the tail ends basically. So we haven't got both are out there to bat. And have a look. That is a dance. That is a dead set dance there. A bit of who did we see at the AFL the other day? Forget who they had. It wasn't Katy Perry this year. Who do they have as their disco-y dancing guy? Snoop Dogg? Have you heard of Snoop Dogg, H? Q, you heard of Snoop Dogg? Snoop Dogg was there, but well done to Konya. That's the wicket that has really put them on the back foot even further. Now it's 6 for 73. Scotte's coming into bat. She hasn't had a lot of batting in this series so far. And Konya with the tail up. So it was definitely Snoop Dogg I saw at the AFL Grand Final. It was Akon here in PNG, and then Snoop Dogg the next week in the AFL Grand at the MCG. That one's well pitched up, pushed to the covers, no run. A very confident shot there. It's actually just check our batsman here. I think it's Al Masira's coming to bat. Yeah, it's Al Masira coming to bat. Al Masira faces up. That one's short, that one's punished, and that one goes out to deep mid wicket, 1 run. Not the delivery that Connie would be happy with when you've got a new batsman on strike. Only Darker now to face up. She's on 11 off 11. Very aggressive outlook that she's had since she's been out there. In comes Connie. The floater, that's totally overpitched. That's a poor delivery. Again, smashed out backward a square leg for 4 runs. Q taking up the position of H. After being in this box with H for 3 3/4 days, he's been sacked. I think he's out probably doing something else. He's probably mowing the lawns or something. He's probably in the back of that backhoe doing some digging or something, I think. For a man he is, a man of all seasons. While the bowls once more again, punished on the onside, and she comes. This one's outside, compensated this time. Once again, pulled it for shorter length down to mid on, 1 run. So you can see from Dani Darker's attitude that there's going to be no ball that she doesn't think she can whack to some part of the ground. She's being very aggressive. 16 off 13. That's exactly the attitude they need at this stage of proceedings. Again, pushed up, slightly short, and punched to the cover region for no run. That's over. 6 for 79. Owala 1 for 11 off 2. And looking at our scorecard there, we can see the difference is there hasn't been that partnership. Remember, we had that partnership of 119 runs. It has not eventuated yet. Still chance. And Darker's looking dangerous. We know Al Masira can hold the bat quite competently as well. And it gives these guys that don't always get a bat for the UAE a chance to show what they're made of. Been chatted to Samara the other day. She was very confident in her batting. and something she's working on in the nets with her coaches and that. So good luck to her out there. She's definitely taking it up to the bowlers. Looks like Gower Tom's coming into bowl now. She's got 1 for 18 off 5. And I can sort of read what Brenda's thinking now. If we get one more wicket, then we've got the real tail enders in here. We can finish this off quickly if we can just get that one wicket. And Gower's been great with her right arm overs today. She's made every. I think the Rigo's a little bit disappointed about taking off, but if they get one more wicket here, the tail could be really exposed. In comes Gower Tom, right arm right onto the stumps, well fielded, and she's really earned her keep today. Number 33 dot ball. Not much of a whippy action, sprints in hard. Not a long run up, but a whippy little action off that last delivery stride, and sometimes rushes the batsman. In she comes once more. Dani Ducker faces up, wide outside the off stump, called wide by the umpire, and a good decision again by the veteran, Lakani Awala. He had to work all yesterday as well. It's been a big few weeks for the cricket PNG guys, getting this up and running, and then having conferences and things like we had yesterday. Q was there too. She's going to take up umpiring next week. In she comes, Gower, outside the off stump, well fielded, rolls back next to the stump. It's amazing how desperate bowlers are off their own bowling, aren't they, in the field? It's a trait of all bowlers. Q making funny noises over here. Not sure what that one was. And she comes, Gower. Gower Tom, 1 for 9 on a 5.2. She comes outside the off stump, pushed to point, and that looks like Tomo there. Delicately throws at the stumps, never a chance because it's a positive run. So 6 for 80. Still 4 balls to come. Sure what Gower, no, she's not. I thought she might be coming around the wicket to Al Masira, but she's decided to stay over the wicket. She's very steady in what she does. So 2 runs off this over so far with the wide, and she comes once more bowling. Rushes the batsman to a certain degree, and marches back to her mark. Umpire Awala saying, just don't run across that pitch line, lady. We don't want spike marks on my pitch. And Masira facing up to Tom. Tom comes in. Oh, a plainer miss outside the off stump. Again, we have the situation where we have 2 batsmen who look a little bit alike out there. It's difficult until you see the backs of their shirts who it is. So thank goodness for our scorers sending out that information to us. A bit hard to see on occasion. So in comes Tom, punched out to the covers, no run. That's over, it's been called. Awala, will she bowl another one? Or will we have a drinks break here? I'm not quite sure. Seems to be a lot of chat going on at the moment. Who's going to bowl the next over? I think it could be Tomo. I think it's Tomo, it is. It's Henao, Thomas. Tomo, as we call her now. Is he going to bowl with a hat on? Saying to H. We were never allowed to bowl with a hat on when I was playing. Back in the day. 6 for 81 the score. 26 overs down till 24 overs to go. Dani Darker on 17 off 16 and Al Mazira 1 off 6. The backbone of the innings now is Dani Darker. They really need her to go on and push for a big score. Thomas comes into bowl, pushes that one through quicker. Ooh, It did come off the bat, but she was nearly ready to appeal there. She thought, here's my chance. Quicker ball, the arm ball. Really did rush the batsman on that occasion. Thomas none for 19 or 5, which is expensive by her high standards, but she did have some good batting against her earlier in the innings as Conio flashes across the field to the backward point position. And she comes Thomas. As on the off stump, push back to the bowler, no run. Comes Thomas again, slightly quicker, slightly shorter, and punch back of wood of square leg, and they'll rush through just for the 1 run. Score 6 for 82, 6 for 83 off 26.3 overs, run rate up to 3.13 or stable on 3.13, run rate required 5.45. Get your eyes tested, Tony. And Thomas comes into bowl once more. That's the one that floats up and push back to the bowler. 2 deliveries to go, says umpire Kappa. And Dani Daka, will she be able to resist the fact that there's no one here at deep mid off? She pushes forward defensively at that, and she does resist the temptation. We do have a deep mid on. But if it does float outside the off stump and only 4 on the off, I think she might have a whack at this. That one's pushed gently out to cover. And no run. Over bowled, that's more like the Hennow that we know. She'd be happy with that one. 2 runs off, keeps the pressure up. None for 21 from 6, and she's bringing it back on her terms now. Much more like the figures we saw in the first 3 games. Partnership's building now. 10 runs this partnership, 2 from Al Mazir and 7 from Dani Daka, with the extra brings it up to 10. And you can sort of see the innings evolving here, with Dani Daka being the striker and backed up. We have our blue ribbons coming out, pink ribbons, blue ribbons, because you're colourblind, Mr. Hill. And that's for our Cancer month of October. So, just like in Australia, I think we have ours in January for the McGrath Foundation. We have Pink Test Day. Here in PNG, we're doing the October push for the Breast Cancer Foundation, I think. Is that right, H? Yeah. And we'll be doing a bit of a push for funds for that. In comes Tom, right arm over, outside the off stump, just short of a length, push to Thomas at cover, no run. Yes, so we can see in our club rooms here at Amini Park, pink balloons, pink streamers. We're turning the offices pink over the next few days, so for a wonderful cause. Tom, right arm over the wicket. That one's short and pulled through the mid-wicket area. They'll probably come back for 2 here, and they do. They don't. The run out chance easy now, easy. Definite 2 runs there, but well done to the girls in the outfield. They brought some confusion into the equation, and confusion often leads to a run out, so fantastic work by the 2 fielders out there. Brenda right on her toes now. 6 for 84, 27.3. Tom slightly short on that occasion. Will she try that one again to Dani Daka? Or will she toss this one up? Tempt her on the drive. No, it's short again. An appeal for absolutely nothing, Gower. Nothing there at all. We did work out another fact for H. Is he in the office? He is here. We talked about there were no rivers in UAE. Oh, made her rush that one. Jab right down on that, push down hard. So, well done, you're still there, Dani Daka. Samira, you're doing your country proud, as you've done with the ball. Sitting on 18 from 22, nearly a run a ball. Tom looking very dangerous at the moment. Gower Tom, right arm over the wicket, medium pace, impeccable line, impeccable length, and nearly tempted to go for the stumping there. She says no. That's the over, only one off from Gower Tom that occasion. Run rate up to 3 or down to 3, you can see it dipping a little bit there. And it's getting more difficult as the overs go by. It's 6 wickets down. It's not easy out there. Thomas is going to bowl some more. She's now bowled 6 overs. This will be a 7th, and I wonder if Brenda Tow's thinking I might bowl Hanau out here, keep the pressure on these two batters and put them right behind the 8 ball. We'll see. We'll wait and see if she keeps Thomas up her sleeve. In she comes, right arm over the wicket. That's the one that spun quite a bit. Played confidently on the onside by Al-Mashira, Jahangir. In comes Thomas. This will be the floater. Yep, the floater outside the off stump. They're playing a miss. A lot of variety. The one that spins sharply, the one that goes on with the arm. Thomas getting a bit frustrated with the bails coming off there. I think she wanted to get into the next delivery. She knows if she can rush it through, more chance of a dot ball. In she comes. This one's floated up, hit across onto the onside, to the mid-wicket region. Easily picked up by Siaka or Dorigo out there and thrown back to the bowler. Ball will be well and truly scuffed up by now, H. 28.2 overs. Through the sandpaper test like we had with the other ball. Here we come. That one slightly short. Wayne tugged away on the onside and down to mid-on for 1, deep mid-on for 1 run. Thomas, a ball of energy out there. She wants to get through her overs quickly, rush the batters, because we said dot balls really do build pressure. Al-Mashira on strike, number 14. In comes Thomas. Slightly slower, pushed on the offside, no run. Thomas, right arm over the wicket. Whoop, she missed the run up there, or the bails fell off again. I think that's where the frustration's coming from. Very gusty out there today. We'll do our weather check during the week, but I was told that was the Laura Rabada causing the problems. It's a motor wind word for one of the 4 winds we have here in PNG, or this part of PNG. Slash outside the off stump, and that's a glorious shot. Probably an easy 2 runs. That's all they're going to look for. Maybe one on the throw. No. So Laura Bada, Lahara, Davatare, Miragini. 4 winds from 4 different directions, which bring different weather conditions. But at the moment, not a cloud in the sky. That's over. Tom 1 for 21 off 7. Donnie Darker on 19. And here's our Manhattan. You can see from over around about 32, we start to push the runs up. It really did spiral towards the 32 runs to the 32 over to the 48 over mark. Hence the score of 210 runs and the target of 211. Tom coming in for her 8th over. Great figures of 1 for 21, but you want to build on that. She deserves another wicket. She really has had her best game today, even batted pretty well towards the end, getting a few vital runs at the end of the innings. So a good day for Gower. Donnie Dark has other ideas, so she said, this is my chance. I'm 19 of 24. Let's build from there. In comes Tom, just on the offside. No run. It's interesting they took Dorigo off. H. I would have given Holland 1 more, I think. I think she just got some good shots played against her. I don't think it was bad bowling necessarily, but in comes Tom. That one's slightly shorter and pulled off through forward of mid-wicket, and that's 4 runs. That's a delightful shot too, a powerful shot. Brings Dani Darker on to 23. Just getting the scoreboard updated now. And gives something for Gower to think about. Delightful shot from Dani Darker. Punished on the onside. Here we go. Tom. Revenge. That one's short again and again. I'm sorry, is that our replay? Goodness me, Mr. Healy. I thought we had the same shot again. It's getting excited, H. H doing H things here at the computer. In comes Tom. Right arm over. Time pushed it out, played outside the off stump. No run. Tom, right arm over the wicket. Again, a play and a miss, and that must have just missed by a whisker, either the bat or the off stump. So Tom, not quite happy after being smacked by 4. She's responded with 3 dot balls and could quite easily have got a wicket, on that occasion. 29.5 overs. Last ball. Run rate now up to 3.12, required 5.85. Tom comes into bowl, rushed again, but pushes that on the offside, and they scurry through for 1. So good batting, girls, and that gives a strike back to Dani Darker. She'd be happy about that. She's the mainstay of this innings now, on 23 off 30. We have the Worm. The Worm is sort of running parallel at the moment, or side by side. 6 wicket down. Thomas is coming into bowl once more. Right arm over the wicket. Thomas now bowled 7 overs. This will be her 8th. And the big question everyone's asking here in the box is, will Hanau Thomas bowl her 10 overs and finish it off now? I'm not quite sure what the plan is. But she's in now bowling her 8th. That's pitched well up on the off stump and edged down to where a first or second slip would have been for 1 run. Actually called that a bye, has he? I'm not quite sure. We'll have to wait and see. It's 1 bye. Brenda would not be happy with herself for that one. You can only do so much, H, can't you, hey? In comes Tomo once more, floats that one up, pushed on the onside. An easy run, and the innings mounts. Thomas decides to come right arm around the wicket to Al Masira. It's on the leg stump, tucked around the corner. Lucky to get away with that, and I think Hanau realises that could have quite easily gone for 4. Almasira counts the fielders on the onside. It's a good look around to which one it is. The 6-4 field now. Thomas pushes that one on the offside. No run. Palkay pounces. Thomas, right arm around the wicket. Quicker ones, flicked on the onside, a very risky shot out to mid-wicket, and only the 1 run. We have H on duties now after his quick break. I don't know where he went to. It's probably doing something really, really important. He'll tell us about it later, I'm sure. So only 3 runs off this over, 1 by, 2 off the bat, 1 ball to come, and that will see Tomo. That's floated up there. She dived valiantly for no particular reason. It's gone through to mid off. That's the over, guys. That is 30 was down for 90. Dark on 24, 32. We're backing her up beautifully. 7 off. Tom, 1 for 25. Is she going to bowl the next over? I think she might. We talked about Ash's 150 irons. It was against Bahrain. I've just discovered. 158 not out. Ash Oz versus Bahrain, 26th of March 2022 at the Oman Cricket Academy ground in Muscat. So thank you for the people that rang up with that information. We much appreciate that. Tower, Isabel Tower, 2 for 15. Of her 6 overs. Dani Darker on 25 facing up. She'll be looking for the short ball. She obviously loves to punish things on the onside, but now we've strengthened the onside field with a deep mid wicket, a deep forward square leg, we've got a short fine leg, and a ring of fielders on the offside, including a deep cover way out in the boundary line. So 3 players on the boundary line, stopping those powerful shots. Push through a bit quicker. Dani Darker pushes that one out onto the offside to mid off. No run. So lots happening here, H at the moment, so Tower gets the ball back. Konya sprints down to the backward square leg position and changes position, so a bit of pressure on them pushing and running, I think, in the case of a more nimble fielder going to mid-wicket. That one pushed to the offside. And once you make that decision to run, if it's gone wide of the fieldsman, it's, 9 times out of 10 at that distance away from the stumps, you're going to be successful in your run. So well run, girls. Dani Darker resting on her bat, saying, yep, let's rotate for a while. Oh, Mazira, that's a loosener. Got away with that one. Tower. That short run wider of the crease that time, pushes back to the bowler, no run. She not only varies her pace, but the angle of the delivery as well, H. If you have a look, she's not only wide, here she comes again, this time she's wider again, to watch that she doesn't get too wide, but angling it into the right hand up, making it hard for them. Here she comes, right arm over the wicket. Push back to the bowler, no run. Ola takes the ball, puts it in his pocket, and only one a run off that over. Tower 2 for 16. PNG, there's their bowling card there. Quite happy with that. Everyone's been good. As I said, I would have given Holland 1 more over, but maybe they're holding her back for late in the innings. I wouldn't be too disappointed with her over because sometimes it's just good shots to get the runs, H. Thomas is relieved, and in comes the ever-reliable Palke Siaka, who must be pretty near exhausted out there at the moment after a big innings. Big innings not only with 4s and 6s, there's an innings a lot of very clever running as well, rotating the strike with her partner. And she can well and truly put the feet up today and say, I did my best for my country. But well done to Dani Darker and also Al Mujira. They're putting up a stern fight at the moment. And when they get to 100, probably off this over, they can celebrate that milestone. Slightly short punch through the onside, out to a deep mid-wicket position, and no run. I'm sure the UAE girls will be happy to be home over the next couple of days, however long it takes them to get there, but they had a wonderful experience. That's the floating one up, push through out to point. No, right, yes, I've had a wonderful 4 days. Not many teams have put through the situation of having to play 4 games in 7 days, not ODIs, and they've done it splendidly. In comes Palco Siaka. That's a floating on the what we call the cotton baldy. You know, that box of chocolates, that's probably the hazelnut. The hazelnut, that's a good name for her special one, the hazelnut. Siaka. Once again, back to the bowler. No run. Just hate getting a box of chocolates, hate when you get the coffee one. Oh, yuck. Very disappointing. Who would put coffee in a chocolate, H? In a cup. Punch down to mid off. Easy run. Shot at the stumps. Never a chance there. Yeah, so new name for that special cotton bowl delivery, the hazelnut. Here comes Siaka. That line is really over pitch. It did drop. I don't know if it's been called a no ball, but it's been pushed on the onside for 1, and she's got away with that one. It is. It's not called a no ball. It wasn't quite high enough. 1 run on that occasion brings up to 3 off the over, and the scorecard 6 for 101 as they stop for a drinks break. Is that right, H?
Yeah.
Well done. We need to stop for a stretch. Well done. We have a game on our hands here at the ACG, Amini Cricket Ground. 6 for 101, 33 overs, 17 overs to go. Just a little break for us here in the commentary box. We chatted about what's going to happen next. What approach will Dani Darker take to this? She made a great start, 28 off 38, but it's waned off a little bit in the last couple of overs. Some good tight bowling. Brenda's now setting her field so that she's got both the inner circle covered plus coverage for the bowlers on the deep outer boundaries as well. Gower Thomas sprints across there. Look at that. She's like a gazelle. An Arabian oryx. Do you know about that, H? No, that's an animal that was just about extinct in the Middle East, and they've brought it back to life. So, yeah, they have a program there to to really protect animals that might be endangered. A lot of work with the falcons too. They spend 27 million American dollars a year on falcon recovery of injured birds. Just show much how they appreciate the natural wildlife there. 27 million American dollars. They even have a falcon beauty contest, H, for beautiful birds. You know, they look at the size, and she comes once more, tower, pushing on the offside. Yeah, it's a bit like the Miss World competition, H, but for falcons. For the arrangements of patterns on the feathers, pristine colour of the beak. That one's beautifully punched through the offside, diving to the right. I think that one's got through and it's probably rolled for 4 runs. So beautiful cover drive. Only Dark is showing she's got it with the bat and with the ball. Brenda's arms folded, yeah, over pitched on that occasion. Rightfully punched through the covers. Diving fielder didn't get a hand to that, or might have, but it still trickled over for 4 runs. Tower wouldn't like that. That one's back onto the stumps and pushed on the onside on this occasion. It's backward a square and the sprinting Conio. Will she? Will she? Will she? She will. They're going to go easily back for 3 runs. Great effort for Conio. Been working on that fitness aspect of her game, and it showed off on that occasion. Dani Daka on to 35, so we said after the break that she will now approach this as if to say, this is my game. I'm the most important batter out there. It's my job now to get the runs, and hopefully Al Mazira can support me in that regard. Tower, she's been punished for the first time in this series. Once outside the off stump, a little bit bouncier, a little bit more defensive in the terms that she didn't want to be hit once more. So Al Mazira, Shahangjia. Tower comes in. One's pushed back. Definitely more intent in the batting since the drinks break. 34 overs bowled, 6 for 138. What will Brenda do now? How she 6 for 108. What will Brenda do now? Siaka is coming in to bowl her 8th over, and I think Alright guys, we've got T, wicketkeeper, batsman extraordinaire, and what a wonderful series you've
tested all the skills, patience, and that new experience you're going to get all so very special to this, and it's just all the things that we had, and there's been plenty of that.
the crowds not only with your batting but with your slick wicket keeping as well. We made the question, it was the last Wednesday, if you can run right batting for a full 50 overs without going out. What an awesome combination. A little bit on back. Katie had gone back. Thought next bowler's going to come from, and they sort of come out of the woodwork today because it's very impressive.
Yeah, I think that just how talent you is. I know. And cricket. The opportunity. Then both of them in the atmosphere they did.
I spoke, we had and it's a big team of 5 spin bowlers out the innings. What are your thoughts on that?
I think then the game spin on the first or second, but now you see the sides in a but new
Evolution of the game over the years, and on that score what's all out for.
time.
The team you've got now compared to always your captain back. Not making
With the
Greek today. It will be a batsman's paradise out that way, didn't it?
lovely time. Want to like post to bat, and that's also part of the experience. And it was a bit go and play the other game.
That's a an answer to the question. Was it you who dropped a bit on? Did you get
I got once. I mean,
what we did in the commentary box? The whole sort of got down. And let's talk about maybe got jumping.
yeah, I mean, depending on the ball comes, you don't get a lot of that like that in.
You actually Dhoni's everywhere. Indians are hopefully after you'll be able
Of the world as well.
saw the wicket keeper went hit the 100, so we were hoping.
You never know what's going to happen when you're going to do the best opportunities like that and actually do it. It's out of
The big two questions, these are the more amusing ones. If you could win the game for the rest of your life, would it be T20 or play test matches for the UAE?
question. I think every format has its own pros. I think ODI has both of T20s and tests. So play ODI.
Great answer too, because you can build an innings and get to 100. Didn't we? Last difficult question. We asked this on Wednesday. Tricky one here. Michelle's gone home, but who would you rather in a match day scenario, left arm orthodox Michelle Botha or left orthodox Ahmed Raza? I don't say silly stories, Mr. Hilly. Eh? So thank you so much, T, on behalf of everyone involved with. You've been delightful. Your whole team has been delightful. And what we do is go home and tell everyone how nice about our cricket, new international quality, enhancing.
Thank you so much. It's a
Thank you so much.
See you soon.
See you, mate. Thank you.